Right? Sounds like a purple. Good evening. It is 4:08 and the Warwick City Council Finance Committee comes to order. Make a motion to move to the full council.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Make a motion to move PCO 4924 to the full council.
Second. All in
Aye.
favor? Aye.
Finance is adjourned. So we're just moving everything to the full council. So we will start the council meeting in a couple minutes. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I call the May 20th, 2024 City Council meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Here.
Mr. Foley?
Here.
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 Here. Here.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Picozzi, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the
Good evening again, everyone. I just want to go over how the meeting will run this evening. So we are here to talk about the budget. The mayor has proposed a budget. It has come before us. So the way the budget hearings work is we will go one by one for each department that is listed on the agenda, starting with revenue, and we will discuss each department. First, I will ask council members if they have any questions for for that department, and then we'll ask members of the public if they have any questions for that department, and then we will move to the next department. So there will be no amendments offered tonight. There will be no changes in the budget as of tonight. So we just move on to the next one, and then on Thursday of this week, then we will come back for a budget hearing, and that's when council members can make amendments to the budget, proposed amendments to the budget. So that's how the process works. First, council members, each director will come up and present their budget. Council members will be able to ask questions. Members of the public will ask questions, and then we will move to the next item on the agenda, the next department. With that, again, the purpose of the hearing is this is a public hearing on PCR 4824 and PCR 49-24. First up is a presentation of the budget by Mayor Frank Picozzi. Mayor?
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the Honorable City Council, ladies and gentlemen. We put quite a comprehensive message in with the budget. You've all seen it, so I'm going to forgo a speech and we can get right on into it. I want to bring up now our Finance Director, Peter Schaefer, who will present this budget.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So first up this evening is the revenue side. So we will go and we will be discussing the revenue that is in the mayor's budget. Okay. I just need a motion to open the public hearing. Councilman Howe, would you make that motion?
Move favorable action
To open both public hearings,
to
correct?
open both public hearings. For the,
Second by Councilman Ricks and Councilman Foley and Councilman McElroy, Councilman Gephardt, Councilman Lattiser, and Councilwoman Travis. All those in favor? Aye. We are now in the public hearing. Thank you. Mr. Schaefer. And if everyone, both directors and members of the public, please speak directly into the mic. It's very difficult to hear in here. And then also we need to make sure that we can hear it on the YouTube recording as well. Go ahead, Mr. Schaefer.
Well, I like to look at the big picture. And by the way, I started with your father 50 years ago on my first budget. This is my 50th budget, and it's the best one. Thank you. I just like to look at the big picture on the revenue side. And one thing that's a little confusing is if you go to the table on the table in the mayor's message just before page 1. So just before page 1, and you see property tax revenues goes from our current estimate from 233.2 million up to 234.4 million. That's only $1 million. We've got a 1.5% rate increase here. And this is because of the tangible tax reimbursement by the state. And under state aid, you'll see a pretty big increase, and 2.8 million of that increase is them reimbursing the city for our not charging a tangible tax on owners of less than $50,000 worth of tangible property. So there is the disclosure ad. We have a 1.81% increase in the levy, but you don't see that here because we're getting reimbursed 2.8 million of it by the state. The other bigger increase here on other revenue, and most of it's attributable to, or a good part of it is attributable to an estimate of revenue for speed fines from automated devices, either red light or other. This has been in the works for some time. Boy, the chief and the deputy chief have spent a lot of time on this. The mayor's involved in it. We've talked with East Providence, Pawtucket, Central Falls, and Providence, and the estimate that we have for half a year is low. It really should be higher, but we wanted to take it. We knew about this. It was The charter requirement says if we knew you're going to be proposing something, you want to put an estimate in there. And I hope you'll listen to the presentation in June when this comes up, because it's a good plan and the evidence shows that it's a money raiser and it works, because the money declines into the second year. People realize that they can't go speeding by the elementary school. They're going to get a ticket. So there is some use of fund balance in the statement, but a third of what it was last year. We've worked hard at that, and it's a much lower amount we're projecting to having to use this year than next year. The last thing I'll talk about is the school appropriation, and it relates to revenues, because the school aid is basically level funded from 24 to 25. So the appropriation for the schools is only a 2% increase. They're going to be challenged by this. We worked hard with them to come up with a number that they felt they could live with. I think they'll testify that they can live with this number, that the mayor's made a commitment if state aid comes in higher, that they'll get to keep that. But this is the real drivers here are having to make that contribution to the schools to keep them fully operational. And this is qualified by, was the challenge for us was greater because the state aid this year is so poor. And the other expense that I would look at on the municipal side, which the mayor speaks about in the budget message, is an increase in debt service of $1.9 million. We're planning to borrow probably $45 million in this summer for both the elementary and middle school projects that are underway, and for the design and engineering services on the high schools. And we don't get reimbursed. And you all voted favorably on a resolution to try to get early reimbursement on the high school project. That's gone nowhere. So that's going to be on our shoulders until completion of the high schools. So those are the drivers: the school appropriation, the debt service cost, a modest tax increase, 1.5%, and an initiation of some revenue, continuing revenue on the speed cameras and red lights. So that's all I have to say, Council President. Welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. So I'll start us off this evening. I think the one big thing, and you addressed it, that the council members and members of the public are looking at in the revenue projection is the $1.3 million for the cameras. So as the director mentioned, this has not come before the council. He said in June they will have a presentation. There's information that the police department has done on this. I know the mayor has met with other administrations, other mayors, to see how it works and stuff like that. And I look forward to that presentation. But I think the concern is from some council members, myself included, is putting the $1.3 million as projection when, just like anything else with revenue, it's a projection. So it's not a guarantee, but since this hasn't come before the council, we don't know who the vendors are. We don't know how many cameras. We don't know the policy and all that stuff. I think the 1.3 million, it might be something that the council needs to look at on Thursday. Again, it's part of the mayor's budget, so 1.3 would have to somehow, we'd have to discuss what to do with that 1.3 million. I think it's important, again, for the meeting here this evening, is we can only talk about whether you agree or disagree of including this $1.3 million in the revenue side of the budget, because we don't have any of the details. The council has not approved this. We have not approved purchasing these cameras. We've not come into an agreement on that. We haven't had the presentation on that. And that is not what is before us this evening. So we can't take any questions on how many cameras there are going to be, what's the policy for the cameras, who's going to be the vendor, when did it go out for bid, all these different questions, that will have to come up at a time when this is properly docketed. It sounds like in June. So for that particular item, I think we need to make sure that the council members and the members of the public, we just keep it. If you want to address that at this time, it's of whether you agree or disagree with adding in that $1.3 million as projected revenue for the city. I think that's the key here for this particular meeting. At another meeting, if and when the administration brings it forward, that's when we will have all the information on the bid process, their research, and everything like that. But at this time, we can't ask those questions because it's not docketed. So if you're going to speak on this particular item, it's really, do you believe it should be included or not at this time? Again, it has not come before the city council. A million different things could happen. The council could decide to go out to rebid something, hold something. The administration may bring it to us in June. Something could happen. They could bring it up later on. It all affects the number. In the end, it could be voted down as well. We don't know all of these things. So those types of questions will have to come at a different hearing when it is properly docketed and the administration and the police department or whoever is going to present it can give their case for this. So I just want to highlight that. I also have the concerns that I've heard from my colleagues as well on the $1.3 million. I think if we're going to address that, that would come in the form on Thursday when members of the council are free to make any amendments or questions on that. So I'd like to start off here. Is there any questions from members of the council on the revenue side of the budget? Councilman Sinapi.
Just one, Director Schaefer mentioned that the estimate was on the low end at 1.3. I just wanted to ask what the high end was, just to know that if Thursday, whether or not I should propose a modification in that regard.
Director?
Well, the deputy chief provided us information on annualized basis, which they thought were conservative, of 2.5 million. So this is just for half a year. We're assuming execution in December or January, but we've also looked at the other communities. With the exception of Central Falls, we're in the $3 million range on an annual basis for with this parallel number of potential red light or speeding machines.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm particularly disturbed with this item. And to be quite frank, I think it's rather bold to assume that this city council is just going to go ahead and pass these speed cameras. I think it's very concerning that instead of looking to cut costs, or I should say the administration is basically saying, we're really confident that this is going to pass. Don't worry about it. Let's plug in 1.3 million in revenue for speeding cameras. I've never seen anything like this in the time that I've been on the council, that we're going to put something in the budget because we're that confident that this is going to pass. There is no way on God's green earth I am going to support that item. And I will certainly be making a motion as such come Thursday. This is just ridiculous to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I think that the council president said it well about, due to the Open Meetings Act, how we have to limit our discussion on this. And so I think that the context of that, I think that it reflects back on our limitations here when it comes to even in discussing how realistic that revenue is. The Open Meetings Act prevents us from, say, taking a poll of these of our colleagues to determine how likely it is or isn't that we would approve something like that. It's something where certainly we can take polls of our constituents. Our constituents, members of the media, are free to, of course, ask us outside of this meeting our views on it, our initial thoughts, but we sitting here cannot take any sort of a straw poll. So because of that, it seems premature for us to forecast $1.3 million on something where we simply haven't had that discussion or a vote on whether to approve or not. I would also ask a question to the finance director. This is regarding line 100-3525 rescue service fees on page 60. So I'll preface this by saying that other items on the revenue budget, I see many items on the revenue budget that seem very reasonable, seem in line. I have no reason to think that they would come in otherwise. To the best of our knowledge at this point, looking at really, there's always going to be some guesswork when it comes to these sorts of budgets, projecting out revenues a year from now. But the rescue service fees, I see in fiscal year 22, those raised a little over 3.8 million. In fiscal year 23, 3.9 million. And then there's a projection for the current fiscal year 24, to raise 4.2 million, but that hasn't fully materialized. And then we have a proposed 4.2 million fiscal year 24 projected 4.1 million. That hasn't come in yet. But then for fiscal year 25, we have a projected or proposed 4.2 million. It seems it's not completely out of line in terms of orders of magnitude, but we are still talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm not sure how we're getting that extra $200,000, $300,000 for that line item.
Well, if you look especially at the early years going back to 22, we were negatively impacted by the pandemic. People were not calling the rescue. We had a real decline. Now that's changed since then, but we've got an estimate of 4.1 million, and I might have Lynn Rogers speak, because she works on this a lot more than I do. But it just basically it assumes, what I can't remember, is there any indexing in the rate? There is indexing in the rates, and Lynn can speak to that, to get to that 4.2 million. We're allowed to change, I think, once a year, based upon still the Medicare reimbursement rate. So there is a indexing based upon the Medicare reimbursement rate, which changes every year.
That makes sense to me. Thank you.
Mayor Bokosi.
Mr. President, I just want to speak for a minute to the traffic camera assumption. We've done this in the past couple of budgets, not with the traffic cameras, but the sale of school property. We sold them. We didn't know if they would be sold. It was a bid system, so they had to come back to the city council to be approved. So had the city council not approved those sales, it wouldn't have been in the revenue. It's an assumption of revenue, and that's what we went with. By past practice, we're just doing the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members have questions? Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple questions on the revenue side. Sale of city real estate. The 1.9 million that's in 2025, is that one of the transactions that's already been approved, that that pushed, or is that additional properties?
If you look at, and this is on, for other people, page 62.
Yep.
When we closed on the transaction, and Tom can probably speak to this, we got basically a down payment. So that you'll see that we had estimated, we had a revised estimate of 2.5 million. We're only going to collect 500,000 on this. And I discussed this in January or February when I did a mid-year review. We're not going to close on that transaction until at least fiscal year 25. So that's why it's showing the 1.9 million in 25. The estimate, the projection for this year is down to only 548,000. So it's really moving the final collection. We're going to get the total collection, but it's moved out a year. And Tom would have to speak to the details of the timing on that occurring and what has to transpire before we receive the final payment.
Okay. And, well, I mean, I think that's good news because we went into last year with a fairly substantial structural deficit and a planned drawdown on the rainy day fund, which included this nearly $2 million in expected revenue. And I believe the last time you gave us an update, you're able to close that gap and reduce that drawdown to something around 2 million, or can you give us the exact numbers there? Or approximate?
If you look at the same page that I referenced, the last page of the mayor's message, when you passed last year's budget, we were looking at a drawdown on fund balance of 7.1 million. We're now projecting 1.3 million, and we're contemplating 2.6 million from fund balance, and also we're closing out some old accounts that have been sitting there for 20 years. And this, we did scrutinize, the mayor talks about this. He asked me to scrutinize the financial statements after the completion of last year's audit. There's a number of accounts that haven't been active for years, and we're going to move those. The proposal is to move those resources with one offsetting entry into the general fund.
Okay. Next, just a general question about property taxes. Thinking forward to, when the new high school construction bonds we'll need to start making payments on those. And I think previous estimates you had provided are somewhere on the order of 15 million in debt service.
My analysis, the first one that we prepared, the finance office prepared before the vote, was net debt service after the state aid, continuing debt service of $11.9 million. Later, we tested, the figure had moved up because the interest rate situation had deteriorated further. So we were really talking $13 million in net debt service after the state aid, continuing after completion of the project. But in the interval before, and I talked about this, we're not going to get reimbursed on the high school debt service until project completion. So that there will be a challenge for an interval until completion before we get that balloon payment from the state, unless the state legislature changes the law.
Okay. So I guess my question is just, acknowledging that there's a lesser than last year deficit in this budget and planned drawdown on the rainy day fund, and anticipating the debt service payments on the short-term loans prior to that balloon payment. Have we gone far enough in terms of raising revenue in this fiscal year to not have a shock in next year or the year following?
I mean, as I said, the driver here is a $1.9 million increase in debt service costs.
Right.
And 2/3 of that is really related to the elementary and secondary school projects. But we're going to have the first chunk of high school debt service costs in the 25 budget, and it will increase substantially in 26.
Was there consideration in setting the levy and setting the plan for funding this budget this year in entering with no structural deficit or no drawdown on the fund balance and coming in at a zero-based budget without having to rely on the rainy day fund?
Well, we know of two things that are occurring, and one of them is what we just talked about, not getting any reimbursement on the debt service associated with the high school until project completion. We also have an issue with a substantial decline in pension contributions conceivably in 2028, although right now they're pledged to OPEB contributions. So we've got two things ahead of us that will help, that can help offset those costs. But the fact of the matter is, and it's never been said otherwise, we're going to have some debt service costs that are going to be challenging for the city going out to 2028. We're talking really $13 million in increased costs on debt service associated with both the elementary and secondary and the high school projects, with the high schools, none of it being reimbursed to completion. So that's a challenge for us. And because we're looking at a balloon payment, and I gave you a whole table on that a year ago when we went over that, that will hopefully restore some of the fund balance when we get to that stage.
Okay. Is there anything active in this legislative session that concerns you in terms of similar concerns to, in some of the ways we've had negative impacts from the car tax elimination and the tangibles?
Yeah, I think that and the mayor mentions this, the tangible tax reimbursement. We believe we're essentially going to be shortchanged around $250,000.
Yep.
Because they're not allowing for growth. And some other communities are saying it's a lot more for them. I think we're fortunate in not being as the magnitude that some other places in terms of the rules of the reimbursement. So, and there is legislation that the mayor's aware of and the league has been working on to try to correct that. So it would be, if it is correct, if it is corrected, there would be another $250,000 in revenue, 240. But I don't know what action is going to take place. So,
okay, so you see maybe potential upside, but no pending additional new downside.
It would be premature to estimate something like that. So.
Okay. When just talk to us a little bit about the recreational cannabis line item.
Can I just add one other thing?
Yeah, of course.
Because I knew there was something else. And the mayor talks about this in his message. We thought we were going to get indexing on the motor vehicle aid beginning this year.
Right.
And the governor's budget proposed eliminating all indexing permanently. This just puts pressure on the property tax. Right now, if they hadn't gotten rid of the motor vehicle car tax, we'd be getting big increases in that. You know what's happened to values of used motor vehicles. It's evened out now, but for a period there. So, and the whole proposal that was sold to us was that we were going to get indexing to compensate us for losing the tax. And it's a little unclear as to what year it was supposed to start. In my view, it was supposed to start this year, 2 years after it was phased out. And the legislature acted to phase out the tax a year before. They had so much money. They phased it out a year before they were supposed to. So in my opinion, we should have been getting indexing, and that would be $750,000.
Right.
What's going to happen with the budget has an article that gets rid of indexing permanently. So that just puts pressure on the property tax because there's no other place to go
Okay.
on the revenue side.
On the recreational cannabis, this is a line that's overperformed the budget, or it didn't, or it's projected to in 2024, and it looks like you kept a straight line for 2025. Is there what went into that forecasting, or are you just kind of conservatively thinking it'll stay?
I guess we have 2 of the 7
Yep.
in the state here. And I understand business is good, but I also understand the prices have dropped. So I would say assumes business is good, but assumes that the price and you're getting a percentage of the price. I think this is a reasonable estimate based upon our collections so far this year. And there's no reason I would be comfortable with a substantially higher figure based upon collections evidence we have thus far this year.
Okay. Last question. We know from the news that the airport has ceased their $500,000 pilot payment to the city, and that the General Assembly is expected to add that, or to fund that through the state budget. Is that still in the same line item that it was previously in the pilot, or is it somewhere else?
I mean, the way the law reads, the state has to step in. And the mayor and I took one of my first trips to the State House in the last 4 years, and the speaker introduced the bill, had a hearing before the Finance Committee, and made it very clear to the members that this had to happen because they were required to do it under state law. So I don't really have any hesitation on that $500,000 figure. We've got good growth in the other revenues, the rental car tax, the parking tax, the hotels, those are all incorporated in here.
Okay. And that is that in line item that's in the pilot line item?
Let me find it here. So we've got, there's 4 different airport categories here. There's airport EDC, and that's based upon landings, and the other airports in the state get some of that. It's just based upon landings. Then there's the 500,000, which is the statutory one.
Parking.
Then we have 850,000 on the airport rental surcharge. It's a slight increase over what we had budgeted last year, and then we have the airport parking surcharge. And people are flying again, so I think we're comfortable with all those estimates.
Okay. All right, that's all for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for members of the council? I haven't got a chance to speak yet. Mayor, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to mention on the school reimbursement, I'm still hopeful that we can get the laws changed where they would start reimbursing us as we go. As more and more cities and towns are getting into the group building schools, there's quite a coalition of municipal leaders forming, and we've discussed with League of Cities and Towns. The speaker's been reluctant so far, but I think it's gaining more support, and RIDE supports it too. So I haven't given up hope that we can start getting some reimbursement as we construct the schools.
Thank you. Any other questions for members of the council? I haven't had a chance to speak yet. Councilman Latta, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this will be for Director Schaefer, please. Director, I'm not sure if I understood your answer to Councilman Gebhardt.
Councilman, can you speak?
So
Right, yeah.
the payment in lieu of taxes pilot, your proposed budget for this year is $1,691,000. I'm not sure if you had stated to Councilman Gebhardt, is the $500,000 that is hoping to get here from the airport, is that part of the $1,691,000?
Yeah, the 500,000 that we're talking about is on page 62. Code 3326. That $500,000 is the amount that I thought I was being asked about by Councilman Gephardt.
Where is that? So I guess the answer to the question is no, it's not in that $1,691,000. So it's on page 62.
Yes.
We're on page 62.
The fourth one down, airport parking fees, $500,000.
And that's in parking fees?
Yeah, probably the title, that title has been there for years. That's really not right.
So
parking surcharge is where we get the parking fees, but that is the 500,000 statutory amount that's embedded in the general laws. I guess the FAA said we weren't providing enough services. That's the $500,000 that we're talking about.
So that's why. So are you saying that the pilot, that 500,000 I'm talking about, that's actually shown on this budget revenue as airport parking fees? Is that what?
Yes, and if you go back 10 years, it's been the same category. We should change that title because the parking fees.
You actually can't. Federal law prohibits pilot money. There is no pilot money to any airports in the country. They had to label it as something else. They don't allow payment in lieu of taxes. It's just a title.
So then it's disguised under airport parking fees.
They just had to name it something different. And that's what's in the state general laws too.
And we didn't get that 500,000 last year?
We did.
And we don't know if we're getting it this year?
No, we did.
We did
But we're
get
getting it from a different source.
But we
Last
don't
year it
know.
had to come from RIAC. This year it's coming from the General Assembly, well, the state budget.
Has that been approved by the General Assembly?
Yes, well, they have no choice. But the speaker, when Peter and I were there, he made the motion to appropriate it at the committee meeting.
Has it been approved and has it been signed by the governor?
It's going into the budget.
It's going into the governor's budget?
Yes. And if
They
didn't, they would be.
The answer is right now, we don't
I'm
have the
sorry.
500,000 in our hands right now. As an assurance, right? We know things change. Peter, on the sale of city property, you have this year, you've budgeted for 15,000. So what's the difference between the sale of city property and the sale of city real estate? What's the difference? Why is there two categories? That's category, it's about halfway down on page 62.
I could have the treasurer up here, but there's never been a material amount budgeted in sale of city property. We've been using the sale of city real estate as the main category for this. And as I said to Councilman Gephardt, the timing of the receipt of that money has been moved to fiscal year 25. And Tom can speak to the details of it. I can't do that.
So in looking at this a little deeper, in fiscal year 2023, the actual number budgeted for sale of city property was $14,498. But yet, when I look at the revenue budget for 2023, 2024, it's showing a revised budget of $4 million. It's showing a year-to-date total as of March 31st, 2023 of 1 million, round numbers, 1,900,000 with a projected $4 million. Why is it in the document that we have here today showing in 2023 14,498 for the actual budget, when as of March 31st, 2023, the budget was 1,900,000? How did,
I'd have to get the
like,
treasurer up
change?
here.
What's
I think
that?
we wanted to consolidate all the costs, all the revenue in one category. We did that so that you can get comparable information from one year to the next.
Well, doesn't that make it a lot more difficult for people who are trying to analyze and understand this? I mean, I've got two documents in front of me, one showing a projected for fiscal year 2023 of 4 million. What I have in this year's document shows essentially nothing. And now you're saying that, oh, we kind of grouped this up into one thing. Where did you group it up into? And when were we ever notified that this, by the way, this has changed. The 4 million isn't really in that line. It's in some other line. And, you know, pilot isn't really pilot. It's something else. When does the city council, or when do the taxpayers get notified of these changes? This is like mind-boggling, trying to find, you know, this myriad of shells all over the place.
All I can tell you is that there's no material dollars in this code, sale of city property. It's material dollars are in sale of real estate, and these are, we're comfortable with those numbers. There could be a chance that some of the 1.9 million will not be received until the following year, depending upon the timing of what has to happen on that transaction.
But Director, on March 31st, 2023, in your budget document, it says you've received $1,899,155. I mean, I'm not dreaming the numbers. This is what it says right here. But yet, in this document that we have this year, the fiscal year 2023 actual has changed from, at minimum, 1,900,000 to 14,498. Where'd the 1,000,009 go?
Hi, Councilman Lynn
Hello.
Proger, City Treasurer. I think that this document can be really difficult to kind of read, and that this $1.9 million is actually meals tax,
It's
which
a
is
what?
the second line down is meals.
Excuse me, I didn't hear what you, it's a what?
It's meals tax.
Meal?
That is the 1.9 million at the end of
Meal?
March. Meals.
Meal tax.
Second down
I'm
on
looking
page
at
62.
item- Director, I'm looking at item 03678, sale of city property. Now you're saying that's meal tax?
No,
No.
I'm saying city meals tax is actually at $1.9 million at the end of March.
I'm not talking about
And if
city
you
meal
go
tax.
down and you look at 03678, it says 18,000 rather. And 3679 is 548,000.
Well, in my book, it doesn't say meal tax. It says sale of city property. It doesn't say anything about meal tax. So is this like, I'm reading the wrong number? I can read. I know what I'm reading. I'm reading 03679, sale of city real estate. It doesn't say meal tax. It says city real estate. Where's the meal tax? Come and show me over here where it says meal tax.
Yeah, Councilman, read the line item that you're talking about again. The number, the account number.
Line item 100. It's about a little more than halfway down the page on 62. 03679er, sale of city real estate.
And so you're talking about 14,000. That's the number above it. You keep
City-
mentioning
I'm
the
sorry,
14,000.
City property, yes. Sale of city property. That's not meal tax.
Yes, but
And the same thing on last budget. It's sale of city property, $1,899,155. But now it's showing us something different. I don't understand it.
Councilman, I think we're looking at the same, different
Like,
numbers.
apparently not.
If you go to the treasurer, she can, or why don't you go to him because he's got his stuff there. Councilman, you stay there so you keep your stuff. Excuse us for a second, everyone.
Right here. 03678, sale of city property. And this is what it's showing right here.
Sorry.
Fiscal year 2023. It's showing
Oh, okay.
14,498.
So you said this one, you were saying 1.9
I'm
through
not
March
talking- no,
13th.
no,
I
no,
thought
no,
that's
no,
where
no,
you
no.
were talking
No,
about.
23, I said 23.
Okay,
23.
you're in 23.
And over here, fiscal year 2023, revised budget, $4 million. Fiscal year
Mhm.
2023, year-to-date expended, 33123.
You're on the wrong, this is last year's. This is
I know,
this-
I know.
I'm sorry.
But this is last year's. This is the same item, right?
Mm-hmm.
2023. Actual, 14,498.
So you're saying that the projection from the budget last year was incorrect?
No, I'm asking, where did this money go? Fiscal year 2023, March 31st, 23.
Got it.
It says 1,899,155. Over here, it says 14,498.
So the sale of property was differentiated here. So this was actually miscategorized way back in 23. So it got moved here. So it was a more accurate representation because the property is the property. That's the buildings and all of that. The property is, we just sold a boat on the auction and all of that. So there was a little category switch here to make it clear what was property and what was not property. So if you put these two together, it'll make more sense. Sorry, I just wrote on yours, not mine. So you'll see real estate here is real estate. When this was printed, somebody had done the journal entry in our books and I asked them to move it over to here. Does that make sense?
So this 1.8 went into this.
Correct. It was miscategorized at the printing, so I moved it over so
But
that it was
we're-
clear.
Moves it over where? Into this?
To real estate, yep. So if you put those two together, that's what, 3.2?
While they're working on that, is there any other questions from members of the council for the finance director
It came to 3.5,
on revenue?
So at the
it's
time
off
of
by 200,000.
Any questions on revenue while they're working on that? Councilman Howe.
Just quickly, Mr. President, I wanted to clarify what the mayor said. I thought he was clear on it. And I want to just clear up some, because of the discussion. The mayor said it. I may repeat it. If I am repeating it, I do apologize. The FAA determined that the RIAC did not have to pay the $500,000 by state law. The state and the legislature must pick up the responsibility of the $500,000, which we call the pilot money. We refer to the pilot money. The mayor went to the State House, and I went to the State House to advocate for that, among other things, for the city. And the Speaker, Sakarchi, did advocate for that. The state budget wasn't passed, but Speaker Sakarchi did sit in the Finance Committee and explain that it is the state's responsibility to pay that $500,000 in lieu of RIAC. So though we have not received the money yet, though it was not in none of the state allocated money or mandates are in the city's hand right now because they don't pass the budget until June. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay.
Councilman Lattiser.
So, Mr. President, what was just explained to me is what it was in 2023 isn't what it is today because the numbers and switched around in this sense that the $1,899,000 out of sale of city property, not meal tax, was added to sale of city real estate of $1.4 million, which comes up to 3.2. So, or 3.3. So it's still off by 200 and some thousand. But the point is, that's what makes it so difficult to try and understand these documents, because things get changed, they get moved around, and we switch it up a little bit, and we're supposed to try and figure all that out. So, Mr. Schaefer, the other question I have is in fiscal year, well, it's going to be more of asking for an explanation from you. You have non-general fund, net of 0.8 million transferred from inactive capital project and special revenue funds to general fund. What is inactive capital project and special reserve funds? What are those categories, and what are the monies that we're talking about? Those two total up to 0.8 million? But what are they? What is an inactive capital project?
Can you check to see if the
We
mic is
can't-
on?
We can't hear you.
On the, going back to the 2010 flood, we have $128,000 left in a special fund, FEMA reimbursement, that we want to move to the general fund. That's over with. We have 163,000 left in excess hotel tax monies that have been set up in a special fund. They don't need to be in a special fund. They can revert to the general fund, and the solicitor has looked at all of these. I had a lot longer list to start with, frankly. And we've got an offsetting entry of FEMA reimbursements of 626,000, which we recorded as a general fund revenue in fiscal year 23. We have to reverse that. We have 367,000 left in an open space bond account from 2001. And it's not that we didn't spend the money. My looking, going back in audits 20 years, we got a reimbursement from the state. It should have gone into the general fund at that point, but right now it's sitting in a special fund in the capital projects fund. We've got $13,000 left in a school fund. And the biggest one is we've got 815,000 left on a Rhode Island energy rebate, which we've scrutinized, and we can take that money into the general fund. That comes up to a net of $862,000 that we can transfer those resources to the general fund.
The numbers that you just indicated total up over, and I'm just adding quick as you're talking, over $2 million. How does that net out? You said nets out to 0.8 million. How does it net out to 0.8 million? The numbers you just sent out to us was over $2 million.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch that question. I may have to put my, we've got 128,000 in the.
I know all those numbers that you said. The last one was about 800,000. Those numbers total up over $2 million. It's well over $2 million. And then you said that nets out to 0.8 million. How does it net out?
Because we have to restore on the FEMA grant, we have to restore money from the general fund to a special fund that was set up at the very beginning of the COVID pandemic. So the total amount that we can restore to the general fund from these 6 different special funds that I've identified and ancient.
So the $7 million bond, I believe it's 7 million, that's still sitting out there from, this goes back to Mayor Avadesian, that's still sitting there for Mickey Stevens complex. That doesn't have any bearing in this at all?
No, that's got nothing to do with this.
Okay.
That's that's an authorization we've never executed.
Okay.
This is actual cash in accounts going back 20 years.
Okay.
Only Councilwoman Travis was here when this started.
Okay. So the next thing I need to understand, or have you explain to us, how property tax revenue has declined. So in fiscal year 2022, you're showing a property tax revenue of, I'm just going to use round numbers, 237 million. And 2023, 226 million. 2024, 232 million. 2014, year to date, 198 million. Projected for this year of 233. And in fiscal year 2024, projected property tax revenue of $234 million. How did property tax revenue drop? And I'm looking at from a high to a low of somewhere maybe around $6 million over those 4 years, 3 years.
And it's because of the state reimbursements, both motor vehicle and this new tangible tax reimbursement. If you look at page, basically the last page in the budget, page 64. And if you go back to earlier years, you can look at an earlier budget. You'll see, for example, in 25, we're showing an offsetting a 3 million decline in tangible tax revenues, over 2.8 million of which will be reimbursed, because the state is telling us, with good reason, that the small business owner needs a break. They're going to get exempted for the first 50,000 of tangible property. So that the total revenue, even though we've got a 1.8% levy increase, the actual property tax revenue will only increase about $1 million from 24 to 25, because 3 million of that is the tangible tax reimbursement. And if you went back to 22, that was the last year we had the car tax. That's now showing up in state aid rather than as a property tax revenue.
So I understand. Okay, thank you. I understand that. So are we still at, for maximum tax increase, are we still capped at 4% of the levy?
Yes, the levy
Okay.
increase, which was just
And our levy,
advertised in the Warwick Beacon, was 1.81%. The cap is 4%.
right, okay, I understand. And our levy, using a round number right now, is 234 million. Would that be our levy for
Yes.
this year? I'm sorry, did you say yes?
I said,
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said yes.
Okay, so the most that we can raise taxes would be roughly $9 million. $9,375,000 thereof,
4%
right?
of
That's the
the
most we
base.
can raise taxes.
Yes, except you can get an exemption under certain circumstances, so.
And that's inclusive of everything that we
Yes.
got, right?
They've got some qualifications on the tangible, but we could spend a half hour debating that, but.
What concerns me is, regardless of what we're not getting, from the state, and I know it plays a role in this. Ultimately, as a city, we still have an obligation to balance the checking account. And it concerns me that in spite of knowing rather significant withholds, we'll put it, or lack of funding from the state, that we're not much more aggressive at cutting expenses and at reducing overhead. And that is a concern. It's not just a concern for this city, it's a concern around the country. At some point, you have to start living within your budget. And I'm concerned that we have things we're doing to substitute lack of revenue by implementing fines and fees and cannabis and all this other stuff, instead of saying, you know what, we got to stop this, we got to stop that, we got to cut this, we got to cut that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. At this time, are there any members of the public who would like to speak on the revenue side of the budget? I also want to make a note, I should have said at the beginning of the meeting. On Thursday, right at the start of the council meeting, there will be public comments. So that is another opportunity for residents to come and speak on any topic, including the budget. And so as you see, we list out each individual department we're going to talk about. So if you don't get a chance to speak on something, it's later in the evening or something like that, there is another opportunity for members of the public to come first, and they'll be the first up on Thursday. So, and then can we just someone turn on the microphone? Thank you. And so we're just discussing the revenue budget at this time.
Thank you. My name is Barry Cook, 20-year resident of Warwick, president of the Warwick Taxpayers Association. I just had, give me a second here. This meeting kind of snuck up on me, so I haven't done a lot of research, but I did a little research. And I want to comment about the continued use of proceeds from such things as the sale of city property or city real estate, whichever it is, rainy day monies, cannabis revenues. Those are three items that are being used, as I see it, and I might be wrong, but as I see it, to balance the budget. In addition, there's been some discussion, which I wasn't going to bring up in that form, but I want to bring it up as it relates to revenue. And that's about the plan, the thought, the investigation, the research, the looking into of generating 1.3 million, 2.5 million in traffic violation fees. Now, if my math is right, and if I understand this correctly, those items, sale of city property, use of rainy day monies, cannabis revenues, and this new idea to seek 2.5 or 1.3 million in traffic violations to, I guess, look at this as a way to solve a structural deficit. None of this is sound fiscal policy. This is using one-time money, at least in the event of sale of property, rainy day funds, and cannabis revenue, coupled with the way I look at these traffic violation fees, is just a way to hide a tax on Warwick residents and taxpayers. Now, I know there was a mention about East Providence, Pawtucket, etc. It seems to me we need to establish a different fiscal policy as it relates to funding our budget. Either we have to put a hold on continued spending, the level of spending, which I'll speak about another time, the level of spending is out of control. So now you come back and you say, this is how you're going to raise a portion of the money to fund the deficit in the budget. So my only comment, I guess, in summation is, this is not sound fiscal policy. Sound fiscal policy would have been, should have been, during the last election when I was a candidate, and I'm not a candidate in the upcoming election. I gave it a shot, I'm done. But during the last set of elections, we were faced with making decisions as it relates to whether or not we should raise, thank you, whether or not we should have been going through a process of raising taxes incrementally, which we didn't do. Many of the council members pride themselves on saying, I've been on the council for 4 years and we've never had a tax increase. But in my point of view, we'd have been smarter to incrementally increase our taxes over those 4-year period. Now, going forward, as it relates to revenue, we're right back where we were. When we look at what's going to be required to fund the city's government, the revenue is going to come from we Warwick residents. And looking forward down the road, when we start to kick in with the funding that the finance director talked about for the new schools, when the bond issues are floated in 2028 and 2027, because we have never taken a sound fiscal policy and reduced our spending, we're going to be hit very hard in the next few years looking for the revenue to fund the city's expenses, not to mention the $350 million for 2 schools that many of us don't think we need. So in terms of revenue, I would suggest that the city council, the mayor, you ought to get together and decide how you're going to put this city back on a fiscal basis that's sound, because right now we don't have that. And one final comment, can somebody please ask the finance director and Mr. Picozzi to speak into the microphone for those of us who are hard of hearing, which is me. It's very difficult to sit there and I have to say to my wife, what did he say? What did he say? Huh? So tonight when I go home, or tomorrow, I'm going to have to go on my TV set and bring this meeting up to find out what was said here. It's very disappointing that the people who speak before this group can't take into consideration. You don't speak ad Lattisaw when you're answering questions, Mr. Finance Director. You speak into the microphone. Thank you very much. Before you shut me off, Mr. McAllister, I'm done.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak on the revenue side of the budget?
First of all, when I'm not listening, I'll loan you my hearing aids. Okay. Jim Italiani from Oakland Beach Heights. I am concerned about what I'm hearing. We're spending a lot of money that we knew we were going to spend some of it, just even last year, but it really wasn't talked about. When we start talking about 13 million a year, just our share non-reimbursement of the school bond funds, okay, that's a lot of bloody money. That was not brought up last year, was it? It wasn't brought up when we talked about funding these schools. Should have done that a long time ago. We have some constitutional caps, I believe. As you were mentioning, I think 9 million in property tax. Well, 9 million to 13 million, that's quite a stretch apart right there. Then we have some other constitutional caps, don't we? That we can't borrow that much more money. How close are we to these caps? Where we're gonna end up like a Central Falls or something to be taken over by the state? I don't think we ought to get to that point. We need to do something about it very proactively now. Last question about that. when you were talking about we raised, was it property tax? Was it 1.5%? Is that correct?
The rate is just under 1.5% increase.
What was it previous to that? What was the
Well,
actual
we had a
rate?
revaluation last year, so that you can't really compare the rates. We had an update in the values.
Well,
The
that's
levy
kind.
was up. The levy was up right around 3%.
So thank you. So that's kind of what I'm trying to point out. We're talking about 1.5%. That's not true, folks. Okay, it's more like 3%, so it's double what's
No,
being
that's-
said.
no.
And that is from the increased property tax. So we, the taxpayers, we're not paying 1.5% more. We're probably paying something more like 4 or 5% more.
You're paying
Yes or no?
The levy, as advertised using state procedures, is up 1.81%. The levy. The rate is up 1.5%. The 0.3% comes from growth in new properties in the city.
The money coming out of my pocket is more than 1.5%. That's what I'm trying
No,
to say. And every
no.
other taxpayer
The
in the
money
city,
out of
I
your
believe.
pocket from a property tax will be, if you approve these rates, will be 1.49%.
What's going to be proposed next year? Okay. Please, let's get our budget house in order, and let's please not use such wild terms as meal taxes so that none of us understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Next resident.
Thank you. My name is Jane Austin. I'm the chair of the Warwick Land Trust. I had a question about the transfer of the open space bond proceeds from into the general fund. Sorry, I wasn't aware this was going to be a part of it. So my question is, could you review the amount and the justification for that?
Well, these were bonds that were issued in 2001. And our analysis, my analysis of the financial statements is that after we spent, and I forget the total amount at the time, sometime later, we got a reimbursement from the state, DEM, I think, on some expenditures we'd made. Those should have gone into the general fund. They went into the bond account. We spent what was issued back in 2000. But we got a reimbursement that the financial statements have been incorrect for 20 years because it should have gone back in the general fund. We're just taking that action now. There's really not excess proceeds from the authorizations the voters made in 2000. And I just don't, I could research it, but I don't remember the number right now. I think it was $2 million. We spent all that $2 million. Sometime later, we got a reimbursement from the state, and it should have gone into the general fund, but it didn't. It went into this bond account. We're just trying to close out that account.
Okay, because I was just, if there was some chance that there were some open space funds available, we just wanted to be in a position to take any opportunistic action we might in terms of hazard mitigation, conservation, or opportunities come up. So, but if in fact those funds are not residual bond funds, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Are there any other residents that would like to speak on the revenue side of the budget? Are there any other residents like to speak on the revenue side? Okay, the next department is the executive budget, and that is found on page 9. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Council President. Aaron Mackesy, Mayor's Chief of Staff, presenting tonight for the Executive Office of the Mayor. You'll notice on all of the line items remain the same with the exception of salary. You'll notice there an increase in the hourly rate of the part-time receptionist salary in the Office of the Mayor. The other salaries remain the same for this office.
Thank you, Chief. And another item that I wanted to mention to the council and to the members of the public, I asked the administration that when each director comes up to present their budget, to let us know if there's any individuals getting a step increase, merit increase, if congressional contract increase, just to explain that right off the bat, it's always a question that we all have. So they have prepared to do that. So I appreciate that as well.
Certainly.
So are there any questions from members of the council on the executive budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Councilman.
Chief, what's the justification for the increased hourly rate of the part-time staff person?
Sure. So those hourly rate increases were made slightly through the current fiscal year. As you know, from the information that was sent to you this afternoon, the justification for those increases was, as you'll recall, prior to my becoming the chief of staff, I was the mayor's executive aide. I did most of the ministerial and administrative calendar functions, making the mayor's appointments, those types of activities. Upon becoming chief of staff, those were transferred to the 2 part-time receptionists. And with that increase of duties, the mayor saw fit to provide an increase of the hourly compensation for that increased duty.
What were the increased duties of a part-time staff person?
Sure. So specifically, they took over any ministerial task that I performed as the mayor's executive aide, anywhere from making the mayor's appointments, confirming those appointments, to processing invoices that come through our office.
What did they do before that?
They answered the front office line, which is the main line for the city. They connect that to various departments or to the mayor's constituent affairs liaison. They greeted and welcomed members of the public or visitors to City Hall, to the building.
Do you have a written job description for those 2 particular employees?
I personally do not know,
You
Councilman.
do not. So you're not suggesting that these part-time employees or any other part-time employees for that matter have received anything like a step increase?
No, they've received a change of the hourly salary.
And that hourly rate was just changed by the mayor? That nothing that has to come through the council or anything like that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's,
But
an administration prerogative.
It's not a step increase, though. Is that what you're saying?
I would not classify it as such, no.
Okay, because my understanding is part-time employees are not eligible for a step increase.
Correct. They,
Okay.
as you know, the steps are different for each position. It's laid out in the documents that are kept by the personnel department. The hourly positions are different from that.
And that hourly rate, that was increased in this current fiscal year?
That was increased in this current fiscal year, yes.
And is there anything in this budget now that increases that rate again?
No, no. So what you see in front of you reflects the hourly salary change that was made in the current fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions from members of the council on the executive budget? Any questions from members of the public on the executive budget? Any questions from members of the public on the executive budget? Okay, the next budget is the legal department.
Good evening, Aaron Mackesy, Mayor's Chief of Staff. I'll be presenting on behalf of Solicitor Ursillo.
And that is found on page 11.
Tonight, you'll see before you a requested 2% increase of salary for the solicitor and his assistant solicitors who represent the city on all of our behalfs. There is also an addition of a public defender line item, which is valued at $5,000. On advice of the solicitor, this is something that we really should already have. Should an individual member of the public who's facing a citation in municipal court come without legal representation and desire legal representation, they have to be afforded said representation, and the city has to fund it. So that's what that new additional line item is.
Thank you, Chief. That position, the public defender, is that just done through the council solicitor, I mean, the city solicitors
Correct.
department, they'll find somebody and send them along.
If an individual who was coming to municipal court, similar, if they needed assistance for an impairment, they would contact the city clerk's office. We'd contact the solicitor, and under his authority, he would hire a temporary worker, public defender for that specific case.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
Pardon that. Sunshine on the microphone. Couldn't see if it was on. Okay. So the $5,000 on that line item, well, first, I should just get some clarification here. I see that public defender is marked as line item 12-360, and I see that that same line item appears twice. Is that a typo?
Pardon me, Councilman, would you mind just reiterating the line item?
Sure. It's 12-360, which is the same number for the line item for professional services.
Correct. That would be a that would be a typo on the line item. As the budget hasn't been passed yet, we'd have to create a new one once it does.
Okay. Yeah, just wanted to make sure for future reference so that there wasn't any confusion. The estimate of $5,000, I'm not sure exactly how that was come to given the number of municipal court sessions.
The number was come to from the office of the city solicitor, Solicitor Ursillo. We had a conversation about the necessity of having this service available. As of present, we haven't had a member of the public request a public defender, but it's important that we have it there, and the solicitor believes that this is a more than adequate amount to handle that.
And would there be any specific cases that the public defender would handle or would not handle of the types of different citations that would be given in the municipal court, whether we're talking property violations, motor vehicle violations, or would it be any and all of the above?
Any and all of the above.
Okay, no further questions for the moment.
Councilman Lattiser.
So in 2022, 2023, this department was funded, using round numbers, $448,000. In 2024, that was increased to $457,000. And this year, this is professional services now I'm referring to. This year, it's being increased to $466,000. Why?
Certainly. So as you recall from the previous budgets that the mayor has submitted, the solicitor's office has requested and received through the passage of the budget, I believe either a 2% increase or a 2.75% increase, depending on the year, commensurate with what raises were recommended for non-union municipal staff. As you know from the mayor's budget message, that's not something that's included in this year's budget, but the mayor felt it was important to provide a recommended raise for the solicitor and the assistant solicitors for similar reasons to the previous year, and just keeping up with the cost of inflation and other matters. Really, the legal department, as you know, they don't have a physical office here at Warwick City Hall, so we think of them separately from the rest of the non-union city employees.
They're a subcontractor, right?
I think that's a fair statement. We don't cover any any fringe benefits for them.
So they're either an employee or they're a subcontractor. So what did we actually spend in that line item last year?
Councilman, I don't have that exact number before us, but I'd be happy to get it for you. I do know that When you say last year, do you mean fiscal year 23 or current fiscal year 24?
Fiscal year 23.
Sure. As I recall from my time processing those invoices in my previous role, thank you, Councilman. As the finance director pointed out to me, in fiscal year 23, we spent $366 over the exact amount. In the current fiscal year, we project that we will spend the entirety of the solicitor's budget.
So in fiscal year 2024, right now, you project that we're going to spend an additional 100,000. Is that what you're saying?
No.
About. Well, you're in at 466, and if last year you spent 366, that's 100,000.
No, Councilman. We anticipate spending the entirety of the 456,960, which is
got
budgeted.
it. So 90,000, right?
We expect to expend what was budgeted.
Okay. And would this be the first time since we've had this particular firm as solicitor that we've exhausted the entire budget?
Not to my knowledge, Councilman.
No.
And just for clarification, the solicitor's office, the office of City Solicitor Michael Ursillo at Ursillo, Tights and Rich, they do not house all of the other assistant solicitors. They're from separate firms.
Okay. And this 5,000 is being viewed as an extra duty of the solicitor's office?
No, Councilman. This additional line item of 5,000 is viewed as contingency. It's our understanding with City Solicitor Ursillo that should a public defender need to be provided, it will not be provided from his office, as well as any of the assistant solicitors for the city, as that would constitute a conflict.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anyone else, council members, haven't had a chance to speak yet? Councilman Ricks.
One follow-up. I agree it would be a conflict of interest if the city solicitor were to select the public defender, but how exactly would the public defender be selected?
The city solicitor would select the public defender with the acquiescence of the member of the public who's requesting it. The conflict would arise if Solicitor Ursillo asked one of our assistant solicitors to represent as the public defender.
It occurs to me that there may be still be a bit of a conflict there, in that if the prosecutor is the one selecting who the public defender is, I'm not sure if that's the best way to go about it, but
we'd be happy to, like I said, with the acquiescence of the member of the public who needs the public defender, I'm sure there'll be a conversation with that member and the municipal court judge as well, whether it's Solicitor Ursillo offering 3 different attorneys who could provide that service.
Yeah, I think that, well, not to get too deep into the weeds here, I'm not opposed to having a public defender be present. It's something that I'm not familiar with, there being those sorts of services offered at municipal courts in Rhode Island. It may be possible. I'm certainly not aware of the practices at all of the different municipal courts across the state. And as I think about it, it does seem like something that should be a service that should be offered as part of the United States and Rhode Island constitutions. But if there is going to be a public defender or public defender services that are being offered, I'd want to make sure that that particular attorney is being selected in a particular way to avoid the conflict of any conflict of interest or the appearance of a potential conflict of interest. So I would suggest that there be some sort of a process where the city council would either have the appointment of that person or the city council have, pardon me, I'm blanking on the phrase, advice and consent as to the appointment of that person. But I suppose that's a separate discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
I was just going to add that the municipal court should just mirror the criminal court and district court as far as just maintaining a list rather than having the solicitor maintain it. So either the municipal judge can maintain it or the city itself. But I feel like this is not entirely on point for today's topic, though.
Correct. Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the legal department's budget? Any questions from members of the council, members of the public on the legal department's budget? Okay, next up is the city clerk's budget. Madam Clerk.
Good evening, Linda Brosca, City Clerk. It is. Oh, sorry. I have one vacancy. Sorry about that. And there's been one step increase, and that's the only change in the salary. I do have one salary that is incorrect in the supplement here. That person has maintained top step and it is not funded correctly. So if you look at the records specialist position is funded incorrectly, it should be funded at top step.
So the record specialist, this is page 2 on the personnel
Correct.
budget for the city clerks. The record specialist, it's currently listed at 39,257.
That's correct.
What is the correct amount?
It should be funded at top step at 46,455.
46,455 at the top step from the contract. Per the contract. That's a contractual one, okay. So that's something that we may have to address on Thursday. And you said there's one vacancy at this time? One vacancy. Okay. Any questions on the clerk's budget from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you. So on the administrative council clerk, last year, that salary item, I believe, was $43,179. And this year, it's showing $50,578. Is that correct, or was there an error in the posting on last year's budget?
My salaries in last year's budget were all incorrect.
Yeah.
Sorry, Councilman. My salaries in last year's budget were all incorrect. Most were incorrect. So you can't really compare last year's budget to this year's budget because those figures were incorrect. They addressed it last year at the hearing. Does that make sense? No?
Yeah, actually, I remember someone speaking about that last year. So this number this year of 50,578, that is the correct number?
That's correct.
So for 2 years in a row, the numbers that we've gotten here in our packages are different than what you submitted. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And on court technician, last year that showed 40,636. This year it's 47,120. So that was another error that was made in on your budget? Or listing incorrect from what you
Correct.
submitted?
Correct.
Interesting. So with the correction that you made to correct the error on the record specialist, the rest of this budget is as you had submitted
Yes,
for
it
this
is.
year? Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from members of the council on the city clerk's budget? Any questions from members of the public on the city clerk's budget?
Good afternoon, Ann Sheridan. I have a question for the city clerk, and actually I have a question for every one of the departments as they come up for their budget. I'd like to know what efficiency goals or cost savings that they've scheduled for the next year. I'm just looking for challenges to the department, to the administration, looking to ask everybody to trim their budgets or to create internal goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any proposed cuts or efficiencies in the budget?
There's no proposed cuts.
Any other questions from members of the public on the city clerk's budget? Okay. Next up is the probate court budget, which is found on page 12 of the budget and page 3 on the personnel budget. I believe that's
there's no changes in the probate budget. It remains the same. There's one employee and the judge.
okay, so it's the same as last year.
It's the same as last year.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the probate budget? Same as last year. Okay. The next department is the municipal court.
And that's funded the same. That's just with the judge.
The
No
clerk.
changes.
Thank you, clerk. Again, it's the same budget as last year, the municipal court judge. Councilman Sinapi.
So given that we're projecting the camera revenue within this budget, has the administration given any thought to adding in another part-time municipal judge to help deal with the influx of matters we'll have once those cameras go in place, assuming they do?
Are you asking that of me or the administration?
Administration?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilman. We have discussed it, but we're not at that point right now. We're probably going to have to put on another judge, probably a lot more court time.
Would you have any opposition potentially to a proposal for Thursday to add in so it's 15,000 for the current one, so another 15,000 for the sake of another part-time judge? Not going to hold you to it, just looking for a spot check, pretty much.
It's probably an excellent idea, Councilman.
I didn't hear, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I said I think it's an excellent idea to probably add that.
Yeah, he heard you say that. He just wanted you to say he had an excellent idea twice. I'm just kidding.
I still didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
He said that's an excellent
I'm not
idea.
saying it any louder, but it was a good idea.
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on the municipal court budget from members of the council? Any other questions on the municipal court budget from members of the public? Any questions on the municipal court budget from members of the public? Okay, next up is the legislative budget. We also have one small item that just needs to be fixed. Is a little different than what we submitted to the administration, just on the salary of the one employee for the city council. Any questions from members of the council on the council budget? Councilman Sinapi.
So this is just food for thought for the other council members to ponder between now and Thursday. I'd like to propose then allocating another, I believe, 90K to this area for the sake of ward projects. So it would actually be 10,000 per ward. Obviously, all of us know full well how the ARPA projects went. Very successful, and a lot of the constituents were pretty frank in their gratitude because it was like a tangible, noticeable change, even if it was as simple as some speed signs with the solar powered ones. It made a big difference, and they don't break the bank by any means. Obviously, we don't have those funds really going forward. So having even only 10,000 a year for each ward to allow for little things like that would be huge, whether it be for the park sign, for instance, in our various parks in each ward, whether it be to handle the small projects that otherwise just can't get done. It's a great way to do it and actually have a tangible effect rather than constantly begging and pleading for one agency or another or for the city itself for everything. And it allows us to potentially have an immediate effect as opposed to waiting years for grants when potentially the issue is no longer even valid. So just something to ponder.
Yes, thank you, Councilman. Not something we'll debate at this time, but on Thursday, if you want to make a proposal, we'll get a second and we can discuss that. Any questions on what is proposed at this time on the legislative budget from the council members? Councilman Ricks.
Quick one, similar question as to previous years to the council president. The professional services budget, does that factor in a presentation of the actuaries for this coming fiscal year?
In the professional services budget?
Correct.
We put in for the same amount from the previous year, correct?
Thank you.
Any questions from members of the public on the city council budget on page 14?
A general question, particularly to Anthony. I like that idea about that extra spendable income, but I would challenge each of my council people to come up with a cut from somewhere, because I've got to tell you, when I hear this discussion, that there are no cuts in this business, in this budget. It's just like me telling my wife that there's no cuts that I could make in our household budget. That is ridiculous. Please come up, each of you, with ways to cut the expenditures of this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from members of the public on the legislative department budget? Next up is the Board of Canvass's budget. That can be found on page 15. Good evening, Director. Please identify yourself for the record.
Good evening, Krista Tracy, Director of Elections.
Director, obviously your budget is increased this year because there's an election. Last year there was no election, so every other year your budget increases. Do you have any new hires, any open positions, any raises or salary increases?
No increases.
No increases. And how many members, staff do you have?
I have 2 full-time members.
2 full-time members. Okay. Any questions from members of the City Council on the Board of Canvass's budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Good evening, Director.
Good evening.
I'm looking at your 2 line items, 17,495 and 17,496, primary election expense and general election expense. I understand, obviously, we have an election coming up this year, but I am questioning why such a significant increase over previous elections,
Sure.
including the last election, which cost the taxpayers thousands of dollars for errors. And I've actually gone back to the year 2017 and worked my way to current day for the expenses associated with elections. And not at any time during that period had those expenses ever come close to $267,800 for both primary and the general election. In the 2023 time period, the department had a combined expense of $116,576. And that was the largest expense of any of the election years that I traced back, which is about 150. Your budget this year is $151,224 more than it has ever been. And I'm interested to hear why.
And it's correct. This is an election year. It's a presidential election year. It's the first presidential election since 2020. We have increased all poll workers' salaries, support staff, delivery staff, just not the office staff has gone up in cost. We are going to need some new equipment, new signage, and also early voting is a question whether to have it off-site or continue to have it here in the lower level, and that would bring a cost.
So the last presidential election we had, I believe the cost of that one was $97,000 using round numbers.
Okay.
So you feel that these increases that you've had to pay to get additional poll workers or to get poll workers at all, I understand that that's been challenging for your department to get workers. You feel that this is warranted to have, well, double.
Well, we're going to
what
have to
you've ever had.
increase poll workers as well, being that this is a presidential election. And we can't base much off of 2020, but we're going to have to staff the polls with at least 4 more each at each polling location. Plus, we have an additional poll location this year because it is a presidential election. And early voting has increased in popularity over the years, and it's getting bigger and bigger. And we're going to need to staff that even more as well. And we're going to, again, we are going to need additional support staff on for deliveries, election day support, setup crews, and breakdown support as well.
And with the early voting, do you feel that has had an impact on holding the cost down of the elections with the early mail-in voting type thing? Or is it?
There has been an increase in online voting, but early voting has definitely increased in popularity just because of convenience for people just all around.
Okay.
And again, finding a site to hold early voting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the council have any questions on the Board of Canvass's budget? Any members of the public have any questions on the Board of Canvass's budget?
Can you tell us what the percentage of early voting and mail-in voting in Warwick is?
I can't tell you that off the top of my head. I'd have to.
That
get those numbers
statistic
for
would
you.
be very interesting
Okay.
to evaluate the costs of. I'm just surprised to hear that mail-in ballots is increasing your costs and early voting. I can understand a little bit, but I would like to see what those statistics are.
Sure, I can get
Thank
those
you.
numbers.
Excuse me, can I get your name for the record, please, ma'am?
My name is Betty Seepy. I'm a resident of Warwick.
Thank you. Betty. Any other questions on the Board of Canvass's budget for members of the public? Any other questions? Okay, next up is the Finance Department. Thank you, Director. Next up is the Finance Department's budget, which is on page 16. You all set, Director Shaver? Ready? I have a question on, first off, do you have any open positions, any raises that were given out this past year?
We had I forgot to bring my personnel supplement, but can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. We had a hard time recruiting to replace our financial analyst position. We retitled, thank you, the position budget analyst, and we got a very experienced person who's here today, who used to be the internal auditor for the city of Providence, actually. So it's slightly over what was budgeted for the financial and administrative position. It's now titled budget analyst. So that's the one change.
Okay. And can you talk about what is included in the contingency line item, 18,400?
Well, there's a long tradition of that dollar amount being there. For example, you were asking the question earlier about adding an additional judge. Conceivably, if the mayor decided he wanted to go down that path, we could use that money to pay for it. I'd have to ask Lynn. I can't even remember what the amount. We had 200,000. We've spent around 17,000 this year. I don't remember right now what that. Do you remember what the contingency amount we spent this year? Do you remember what that was for? All right.
So you've used it to plug, if different things come up in the year, you've traditionally used that light item for that.
You've got a $300 million budget. Things come up that you never anticipated.
A report or something like that.
We've never gone even close to the amount that was appropriated.
And for the League of Cities and Towns, Mayor, how's it going at the State House there with the League of Cities and Towns? I know Peter Schaefer is a big fan of them. Are we getting, we have a big seat at the table there? How does that work with the League of Cities and Towns?
The mayor's now a member of the executive board. And we spend a lot of time giving Mr. Walsh a hard time for some of the clients he represents, the league does. You would really have to ask the mayor. I have really, since I left the league, because I was, as you know, I was employed there before, I really had very little involvement with them. And the mayor's an active member of the executive board.
Okay, just want to make sure that we're participating in that.
We now have because of the bridge closing in East Providence, they now have been having their meetings here in the Sawtooth building. So
good. All right. Any questions from members of the public on the finance department's budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Director, this new position that you referred to, budget analyst, isn't that the same as the position that was last year called financial reporting analyst?
yes, we changed the title. We struggled recruiting someone who was experienced, and we changed the title, and we were successful in recruiting someone with that title.
And with that change in title for a brand new, this is a new employee, right? Didn't work in this department before.
Yes.
For a new employee, that increased the salary about $11,000 a year.
I don't have last year's supplement. I thought it was about $5,000.
Actually, I have it. Last year was 69,000.
Yes.
$6,520.
Right. So
This
about,
year it's 6,000. So this year it's 75,933. So you changed the title and increased the pay $6,000
yes.
for a brand new hire. Okay. Interesting. Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the council on the finance department's budget? Any questions from members of the public on the finance department's budget? Any questions from members of the public on the finance department's budget? Okay. Next up is the treasury's budget. Good evening, Treasurer.
Good evening. I have one employee who her job title is accountant, and she did get a step increase this year.
Okay. Do you have any open positions?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Any questions from members of the council on the treasurer's budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Director, you said you have a new employee and that person got a step increase,
She's not new, actually. She's been working for the city for nearly 5 years.
but she's new in your department,
She works in my department, yep.
and she is a classified employee
Correct.
and she qualified for a step increase?
Yeah. I mean, she works really hard, and I had a concern that my junior accountant was about to make more money than her, and the accountant has a master's degree. So we gave her a step increase.
But did she qualify for a step increase contractually, or because someone just felt the need to do it?
She does not qualify for it contractually, but the work she does is at the top level of her job. So in that manner, she does qualify.
So that position is being compensated at a higher rate than what that code calls for, and this person does not qualify for a step increase contractually, but the department's going to do it. Is that it?
Councilman, if I could just clarify what the treasurer said, Aaron
Sure.
Mackesy, Mayor's Chief of Staff, in the communication that I forwarded to members of the council today based on your questions regarding the budget presentation, non-union members, non-union employees can qualify for a step increase based on length of service in that position, as well as with the recommendation of their department director. So this employee qualified by length of service and was recommended by her immediate supervisor or department director.
Well, first, let's speak to the statement you've made twice, Chief. You said the answer to the questions you provided me this afternoon. At 2:15 this afternoon, you provided the answers to the questions I asked you last Tuesday. And at that late juncture in time, to tell you the truth, I really didn't have the time to go through your answers that took you all this time to provide me.
Sure.
However, I still don't understand where you are getting the basis for providing someone a step increase that isn't part of the contractual requirement. It's outside of the contractual requirement. Where do you get that authority to produce a raise that is outside of the contractual requirement? And how is that fair to the other employees? How does that work? Tell me that.
Sure. So just to answer the first portion of your question, yes, I responded to your questions today at sometime around 2:15. I didn't have those answers for you on Thursday or Friday when I left the office or this morning at 10 a.m. I sent you the answers when I had the answers as fully and best to our opportunity to do so. It's not as if I was sitting on them, Councilman. And to answer the second part of your question, non-union employees follow a step increase scale depending on what position that they're in, which the personnel director can explain. It's based on time of service in that position. The mayor then reviews those requests for a step increase based on qualification for time of service and the recommendation of the department director.
Well, excuse me, before you leave, that's precisely why I didn't bother submitting any more questions. having said that, so I would like to see something in writing that allows that flexibility to award a step increase or provide a step increase raise to someone that doesn't contractually qualify for it. And why shouldn't all the rest of the employees be up in arms that don't qualify for it, looking for the same thing?
Sure. So if
You know,
it's
I just don't get how, some of these things are actually occurring. And by the way, it's interesting that we're increasing staff. This is another staff person, right?
no, Councilman.
No. So the financial accountant is not a new position?
It is not a new city
Okay.
employee, no.
It's interesting that I recall last budget hearings, I believe the discussion was we don't need to hire or have any more people because we don't have any more work to do. I think that's what was said when we get into these items here. So it's concerning to me that this position gets a step increase of about 4.5%, by the way, step increase. Went from 72,681 to 75,936. That doesn't contractually call for it.
Sure.
It seems to me that some of these raises, bonuses, changes I see in salaries that have taken place here, they seem to be somewhat subjective. And that is why this makes me ask questions.
Sure. So on one part of that reference to not being enough work, that was a separate conversation about the finance department in a separate position. This is just on the employees under the direct supervision of the city treasurer. So that was a separate conversation. Director Rotondo is happy to explain the step system when it comes to non-union employees. As you know, the union contract bears out raises and increases in salary that union members receive. When it comes to non-union employees, like we don't have a contract. I'm not a contractual employee. Right. I'm a political appointee of the mayor.
Right.
So there's no contract that I signed with the city with a step increase schedule. For non-union employees, it follows a step increase formula that Director Rotondo is happy to explain. Like I said, you have to meet the requirement for time of service in that position and then be recommended for the step increase by your direct supervisor and director.
You're right. That comment was with respect to the finance department. I'm kind of looking at both of these things. They both say finance. It's interesting, too, that we go from that comment to 2 raises in that department. It's just interesting.
Just one raise, Councilman.
Yeah. Oh, just one raise.
Correct.
Oh,
Just
okay.
this
Sure.
one position. The previous position under question was not a raise. That was a new city employee.
Okay. And the finance director didn't get a raise last year or the year before?
The finance director position, as approved in the current fiscal year budget, was raised, yes.
Uh-huh.
As you recall, there was significant conversation about it
Sure.
in the previous budget hearings.
Right. Okay. So, go ahead.
So, as it relates to the step increases,
Director, please identify yourself for the record.
I'm sorry, Stephen Rotondo, I'm the personnel director for the city. As it relates to step increases, it's a bit of a tale of 2 cities. When you refer to councilman as contractual increases, that refers exclusively to members of the collective bargaining unit. Those step increases are automatic. So, for example, if you're hired at step 1. After 6 months, if you pass probation, you move to step 2. 1 year from that date, you move to step 3. That ends your steps. However, when you reach your 4th year anniversary, you get a 7.5% longevity increment. And then I believe at year 8, you get another 2%, and you get a series of longevity increments until you're at 20 years. So I think that the total number for where you start, the number of step increases that you get that are based on time and service as something like 9 or 10. Unclassified persons and classified non-union employee, unclassified positions and classified non-union employees, there's this table, but it's not automatic. You can get hired at step 1 and you can sit there for 3-4 years. And so what we rely on the department is to say, in some cases you have, departments will say, well, some of the people that this person supervises are, because they get automatic step increases, are making more money, are going to start to usurp them in terms of salary. So a person will say, this person hasn't gotten a step increase in 5 years. We think it's time, on the basis of internal equity, what are their colleagues earning in the bargaining unit, years of service, and quality of work. So we won't do, for example, we won't do better than others. In other words, we're not going to say, well, you can have 3 step increases this year because you've been really good. But we will allow for step increases, and it's typically very, very few. The step increases and the longevity increments accrue to the members of the bargaining unit, and there is some subjectivity with regard to how we do step increases for unclassified and classified non-union employees. And so that was some of what the treasurer was explaining. 5-year employee, it was time she was worth the work, and so they gave her a step increase. And I think what was happening there, I think what was happening there was a junior accountant who's a member of the union was going to catch up with her. And so you have no internal equity. So that's one of the drivers.
So, Director, my understanding on unclassified and classified longevity increases, my understanding is that's something that stopped in 2004. So I'm not quite sure what we're talking about right now, because if that is accurate, that stopped in 2004, then I think somewhere along the line, there's conversation between step increases and longevity increases. So what I'm going to request is that you provide me in writing the policy that allows the department to do exactly what we're talking about now. I would like to see that in writing, because I understand that today is different than it was back in 2004. So I'd like to see that policy in writing that allows the department to do this.
Okay. Let me make a distinction.
By the way, what you're saying is, if I understand this correctly, what you're saying is, we could take, any director could take any one of their employees and say, okay, fine, you've been here for whatever time, I'm going to put you in for a 5% raise. Right?
No, you can't do that. No, you can't. There's a distinction, and the distinction is to be made is that there are steps and there are longevity. The steps for most positions, union and non-union, are three. And you're correct that if you are hired and you're not in a union position after 2004, you're not getting those subsequent longevity increments. I said the first one's 7.5%. You don't get that if you're not in the union. The union folks still get that. So those longevity increments are distinct from those 1, 2, and 3 steps that you get. Our non-union pay tables, if you will, pretty much have 3 steps. And so you'll start at step 1 and you'll go to step 2 or step 3. There is another distinction though. If you were hired before 2004 and you're still here and you were getting longevity when that law took effect, so there are some non-union people who will continue to get steps because they had them. And then now to get to your second question about a written policy, there is no written policy. It's on an ad hoc basis. It's based on the circumstances that are present. And we look at it. It always comes to my office. I don't know if it comes to my office first, but it comes to my office and then it's vetted with the executive suite, and that decision is made. But there's not something in writing.
Sure. So it's what I said earlier. It's selective.
Again, there's a fail-safe though.
It's either at a directive, which you say there is no policy, or it's selective. Now, did I understand that this position is classified as a supervisor position? Did I hear that correctly?
No.
It's not a
It's not
supervisory position?
supervisory, but it's not a junior position.
It's not a what, please?
It's not a junior position, but
Yeah.
it's not a supervisory position.
So this person doesn't supervise anyone else?
No.
Okay. Okay, so I guess I got my answers.
For the record, if I might note, Council President, this is the case with 8 positions across the personnel supplement, the budget, which was transmitted to the council prior to the meeting. So it's 8 individual positions that this step increase non-union falls under today.
Thank you. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'd like to start with the first part. I know that there were questions were sent out, and I thank the councilman for sending these questions out, and I thank the chief for answering them. I did receive it at 2 this afternoon. For clarification for the people in the audience, there were 6 total questions. Question number 1 had 3 parts. It's a simple read. It's about 1 page long. It gives direct answers. The answers are precise, and the answers are complete. So 2:13 p.m. receiving this was plenty of time to read and to process what this says. So that's number 1. Number 2, my question to you is, the conversation of the last 20 minutes was for an employee who's been with us for 5 years?
Correct.
Thank you. An employee with a master's degree in accounting?
Correct.
Thank you. And brings a specific skill set to the city, and is in a, if you will, not a supervisory, but a lead position of the required requirements?
Correct.
Thank you. And the increase was, sorry, not to add to the 20 minutes, but the increase was a total of $3,254.
Top step, yes.
Thank you. Would you guesstimate probably about 8 times less than what it would cost for a part-time city council member to get a health insurance for the year? Possibly. So we have a person with a master's degree who got a $3,254 increase, who's been loyal to the city of Warwick for 5 years and went up 1 step. I just want to make sure where my last 20 minutes of my life went.
Correct.
Thank you so much. I'm done, Mr. President.
Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the treasurer budget?
I spent the same 20 minutes of my life asking and listening to what Mr. Lattiso was requesting from these folks. These folks are highly paid individuals, work for the city. They're either department heads or supervisors or managers. It seems to me it's only fair if a councilman has a question he feels or she feels needs to be answered. It's only right that that person, Lattiso in this particular case, be given the time necessary to ask his questions. Now, the question is pertinent because if in fact this is a procedure that is not allowed under contractual requirements and is subject to subjectivity of the person's supervisor who says, I have this wonderful person with a master's degree who ought to get a raise. That's not the issue. The issue is, where does he or she or they get the authority to give this wonderful employee? That's okay. You will in a minute. I'll make sure. I want to make sure I was looking at you. We need to know where this person, the finance director, the personnel director, where they get the authority to make this change. Because as Councilman Lattiso said, and as I'm understanding this question, every department head in the city could say, I have this wonderful employee, 5 years with the city, loyal in every regard, and I'm going to say, you deserve a $3,200 raise, and I'm going to put you in for it with no authority to do so. So if there is an authority, they have the authority. Our councilman has asked to have that authority presented to him and anyone else who would like to see it, perhaps not Councilman Howe, but the rest of the council might be interested in seeing the authority, because I'm sure we have a vast number of excellent, loyal employees who would like to receive similar treatment and receive a $3,000 plus boost in their pay without proper authority on the person giving them. So I enjoyed my last 20 minutes of my life sitting here being educated by Mr. Lattisaw. It's unfortunate that Mr. Howe didn't
Thank
feel
you,
the
sir.
same way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor?
The authority is standing right here at this podium. I am the duly elected mayor of this city. I am the chief executive officer by the city charter. I make the decisions on everything based on what Councilman Howe told the directors come to me. Sometimes I say yes, sometimes I don't think it's merited, but I have the ultimate decision. I have the ultimate decision on all hires also.
Thank you. No. Any other individuals who haven't gotten a chance to speak on the Treasury budget? Any other members of the public on the Treasury budget? Okay, next up is the debt service budget. Debt service principal and interest is on page 17. Who from the administration is going to present the debt service? Peter, okay. Good evening again, Director. Mr. Schaefer. I think the big expense here that people are inquiring about, if we can talk about the school bonds, the principal interest. This is, as the mayor mentioned in his address, this is one of the drivers here on the proposed increase of taxes.
That's right. The principal part is all relating to the elementary and middle school projects that they have underway, because we'll be paying principal right away on those bonds. The high school bonds, the first maturity probably won't be till 2008, but we have to pay interest on it, so that you'll see an increase of approximately $700,000 in principal, and you see an increase of around $1.2 million in interest based upon issuing the bond issue that we did last September of around $20 million, and we're expecting to issue this summer around $42 million in debt. Plus, we're going to have pay-go money from the state to supplement the high school part of it. So that's the driver here, is both the elementary, middle school projects and the beginning of the high school project.
Thank you. And I know that you and I and the mayor, we've met with the administration, the Speaker of the House and at the State House, and we are still pushing and lobbying to get kind of a pay-as-you-go reimbursement, especially on the interest here on these bonds. So no news to break on that yet, but I know the mayor talks to the Speaker about this, and I do as well, and I encourage all the council members and the residents of Warwick to contact their legislative leaders about that. It would be a major, major help to the city residents of Warwick if we can start getting reimbursed from the city on these interest payments as we go, instead of the big lump sum.
And obviously, we've been trying to make the case with some of our colleagues through the league. There are other places in the same situation. Elementary, middle school, those projects get completed in one summer. We get reimbursed right away. It's the high school project that's the problem, and we have other places in the same pickle.
Yes. So that is my call to action for members of the council, members of the public. Contact your legislative leaders at the State House. That would make a major difference for for the budget going forward. Any questions from members of the council on debt and debt interest? Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you, Council President. Mr. Schaefer, did you include the overall debt load on the city in the presentation anywhere, or do you have that figure?
The overall level of debt outstanding? Or
Yes, yes.
Boy, I have, I believe it's about 70 million in general obligation debt, but I don't have a precise figure. I was just communing with our financial advisor, and I have the number sitting on my desk, but I didn't bring it with me. But it's on, there's also more sewer debt, but I'm not including that. That's just, I believe,
Okay.
just the.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind just following up.
I've got the audit here. I'll look it up and.
Okay.
I have
Thank
to
you.
turn some pages to find it. Yeah.
Okay, good. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Director, what is our legal bond limit today?
Well, it's 3% of your assessed value, but the fact of the matter is that the legislation has been drafted for the school bonds and other previous bonds that limit does not apply. So the resolution that the council approved both for the high school bond and the 56 million that was approved in 2020, but before our time, carves out as a part of the act that limit does not apply.
That it what? I didn't hear the last words.
The act, the resolution that you sent to the General Assembly supporting language for either the 350 million in high schools or for the 56 million in middle schools that we're working on now, says that limit does not apply. That's in the act that was passed by the General Assembly. And this is very common around with all the municipalities in the state. And
Okay. So on in the annual city report, the city bond limit, I think you might recall this, is $308,524,432. That's what our legal bond limit is. Now, did I understand you correctly saying that the 2021 bond debt of 57 million, the 29 million that was approved in the school bond in 2022 and the 56 million in 2024, that does not get applied to our bond limit?
yes, that's how the act reads.
It does not. Okay. So what is the interest rate that the taxpayers are paying on the $56 million bond?
Well, we did a competitive sale. My recollection, it was right, I think 3.51%.
3.51%.
And the assumptions that when I did projections before the high school vote, and we were assuming 4%. So at least last September, we were well below that figure. Right now, I think we'll be well below that figure on the first tranche on the high schools. Not by much, but we'll be below that figure.
Last year, I think I remember you saying that you were very concerned with the mounting bond debt and how it may affect or could affect our city credit rating. With these bonds that we have out there, and also with the 350 million in the school bonds, do you still have that concern?
Yeah, absolutely, I have that concern. We'll be meeting with the rating agencies in July before we sell these bonds, and they raise these issues, and they raise the issues with East Providence or with other places but this is, I think the high interest rate that was a higher interest rate than we're now seeing, that we use for disclosure to the voters, reflected that concern. This is a lot of debt to incur, no question about it, even if you're getting reimbursed eventually 50% of what you're spending or the debt.
Yeah, it's most unfortunate that those concerns about rising interest rates, et cetera, weren't disseminated to the voters prior to the election. Now, what happens if we have to incur additional bonding for sewer projects, water infrastructure, emergency borrowing for whatever? What happens if the city gets to the point that we exceed our bond limit? What happens then? What do we do about it in the first place? And secondly, what happens to our credit rating, and how would that affect us when we need to go back to the well for additional monies to pay for these two schools?
It's standard operating procedure that the bond limit no longer applies. That's the resolution that this council acted on once since I've been here.
Not this member of the council.
You voted no, but the 350 million bond issue, there's a carve out. It says the exemption doesn't apply. The revenue bonds that are issued through the infrastructure bank, mainly for the sewer authority, they're revenue bonds. They're not even, there's no voter approval on that. There's a requirement that the sewer authority set rates sufficient to pay the debt service on the bonds.
Is there any conversation taking place that you have been made aware of or are privy to considering changing the terms of the $350 million school bond from a 20-year payback to a 30-year payback?
Well, the act that passed authorized up to 30 years. My numbers that are on this first tranche are based upon 20-year amortization. And I did some numbers for the council on 25 years or 30 years, and I believe Newport just did 25-year bonds on whatever the Rogers High School. So there are some municipalities on these big projects that are doing longer than 20 years.
But, well, for that matter, Cranston is just, they're just going out for a vote for another $40 million bond for them. Are you aware of any activity looking to increase the term of paying back that $350 million school bond from 20 years to 30 years?
I have not. I know that our financial advisor is aware that we could go up to 30 years.
Okay.
We're not planning on that in the transaction we're going to do in this summer, but we'll see where we are a year from now, because we'll be back borrowing more money, a larger amount, probably 100 million the next time, because then we'll be into the construction phase.
I'm sitting here asking all these questions that perhaps some people are not happy to hear. But at the end of the day, this standard operating procedure that we're referring to is particularly why I'm concerned where we're going to sit in the year 2026, 27. That's all I have for now, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Any
Thank
other
you,
questions
Director.
or comments from members of the council on debt service? Any questions or comments from members of the public on debt service budget, page 17?
Excuse me. Barry Cook again. I would just like a couple of questions answered. I'm not quite clear on several things that were said. So let me just look at my notes. The 2021 bond debt of $57 million thereabouts, the $29 million debt issued in 2022, and the $56 million thereabouts issued or will be issued in 2024 those dollars, which are about 58, 88, about $144 million thereabouts, $140 million. Those dollars have been excluded from the debt limit?
Yes.
Okay. So when anybody who's interested wants to look at what the debt limit is, it's my understanding from my research that the city's annual audit report stated, I believe on page 44, that the city's bond limit is at $308,524,068. Does that sound about right?
Sounds good. I can check that out. I've got my audit with me.
Well, assuming for the moment that that's right, when the city does go out to raise money by selling bonds to build the two schools, somewhere around the $350 million mark, if I understand this correctly, that $350 million would put us over, if the debt limit is $308 million and we borrowed $350 million, that would put us over the city's debt limit. Now, in order to accomplish that, would there be any legislative act required to allow us to do that?
We already have a legislative act. The act that authorized the $350 million exempted it from the debt limit.
Okay, so that's also been exempted. Is that correct?
Yes, the $350 million will not count toward the debt limit.
And the other $140 million?
And the $56 million will not count toward the debt limit.
Okay, and the other $140 million that Councilman Lattiser asked you about, that's also been exempted, is that correct?
Let's just get our numbers straight. 2018, the voters approved $40 million for schools. We've issued all that. That's debt outstanding. The $56 million of 2020, we've issued approximately $20 million of it. We're going to issue another $20 million. There'll be $15 million left over for future years. $350 million, we haven't issued any of that. All of those three series, all were exempt from the debt limit of the city by an act of, first of all, the council on the resolution and by act of the General Assembly. The same applied in East Providence, building the East Providence High School. Same applied. It's the standard operating procedure now.
So again, if I understand correctly, based on your numbers and the numbers that I'm looking at, and based on the act of the legislature, at this point in time, it doesn't appear that we're going to exceed our legally limited debt ceiling.
That's
Is that
correct.
correct?
We will not exceed that limit.
Okay, so we won't exceed that. Now, as it relates to the same subject matter, when you spoke about interest rates a moment ago, you pointed out you thought the rate might be 3.51. So assuming that that's accurate, and you talked about the first tranche, I think that was the word you used, tranche of bonded debt was going to be at a 20-year amortization. Am I correct about that?
Yes.
Okay. And then Councilman Lattiser had a question for you that I have a question for, and I'm following up with him, with you. So if you were to, and right now you're not saying we're going to, and I don't have a clear answer from you, so let me go back. Do you know of any plans, discussion, possibility that the remaining $330 million in bond money will be amortized at a 25 or 30-year amortization schedule?
No, but I wouldn't rule it out.
I'm sorry?
No, I know of no plans to do that, but I wouldn't rule it out. I think it may be a possibility depending upon the interest rate environment, depending upon many different factors.
So that's a decision.
The legislation authorizes up to 30 years. The act authorizes up to 30 years.
So that's a decision that could come later on down the road.
Yes.
All right. So if in fact, at some point down the road, for whatever reason, it was determined that we should go to a longer amortization schedule and pay it back over 25 or 30 years as opposed to 20 year, is it logical to assume that the 3.51% interest rate will be somewhat different?
It's interesting right now, there's an inverted yield curve. So no, it would not cost any more, but typically that would be the case, that a longer maturity would have an overall interest rate that is higher. That's typically the case, yes. Right now, no.
I got to take a minute to absorb that. I spent 20 years in the banking business 40 years ago, and I was always under the impression the longer the term, the higher the risk, the higher the interest rate charged. If I understand what you just go through saying is the inverse, blah, 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 you don't think that the interest rate will go up if we extend the term?
Right now, they would not, but typically they would. You're correct about that, but you can go look at CDs offered at banks right now. A 1-year CD, you're getting a better rate than 5-year CD. So
I'm glad my 20 years in the banking business wasn't wasted. For a minute there, I was very confused. Now I'm not confused. Now, one final question, and Mr. Lattiser already asked it, but I want to ask it again in my words. When we borrow this type of money, this magnitude of money, at the same time, we're not reducing spending. So the growth in our budget will continue to go because we don't have a record of reducing spending. We have a record of always spending more money. So as our budget grows incrementally each year, and then we add on the $350 million to build these 2 schools, at some point, and I think you already answered the question, but at some point, do we run the risk of credit rating agencies saying, whoa, perhaps we should take a closer look at the way in which the city of Warwick is running their business? Would we want to place them perhaps in a high-risk category, which would then result in us being prohibited from borrowing additional monies should there be a failure in the water system under Route 36?
Again, we need to keep it to this year's budget. These are a lot of projective questions on down the line things and stuff like that. So I just want to rein it back in to talk about what is proposed in this year's budget. That is what is before us.
So what you don't want to hear, you shut off. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please, on debt service.
Yeah, thank you. But of course, and I know you agree, we all agree. When we're talking about this year's budget, we have to project it out decades. No matter what our State House says about how much money we may spend, whether it be 309 million or billion, okay, if we spend more and more money and we're not really giving ourselves any backup, and you gentlemen found a bunch of money that hadn't been used for decades, that's great. But that's a one-time shot for a lot of money that you just found, so we don't have a bigger deficit. But if we keep on spending like this and don't cut back, the lenders are going to start treating the city of Warwick like a poor sister, and they're going to charge us a lot more interest. And then but when we have a real emergency, whatever it may be that breaks in this town, we're not going to be able to fund it properly. Please, again, for the 3rd time today, please get our financial house in order so we don't get murdered. We, the taxpayers, we love this city. We want to continue living here. Please don't drive us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public on debt service? On debt service. Okay, next is the city collector. We're going to the city collector. You can go for a 3rd time on Thursday. City collector's office. Page 18.
Good evening, Kyla Jones, tax collector.
Good evening, Director. Do you have any vacancies, any step increases, any merit increases within your personnel budget?
No, we have no longevity, no step increases, and we do have one vacancy.
Okay, and vacancy is being advertised. We hope to fill it.
I'm not sure of that right now,
Yeah.
especially with some of the phase outs that have been happening.
Are there any questions from members of the council on the city collector's budget, page 18? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the city collector's budget, page 18? Any questions on the city collector's budget? Okay. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Next up is the city assessor, page 19.
Good evening, Neil Dupuy, Director of Assessing.
Thank you, Director. Any openings, any merit increases, any step increases in your personnel budget?
So for the 6th year since I've been here, I've been the assessor and the deputy. So we do have a vacant deputy position. I only get one pay, but that is a vacant position. There's no new positions, but there is some money for the reevaluation personnel costs related to the reevaluation, which may result in some overtime, maybe some part-time help, depending on the volume of calls and the timing that the inspections are needed.
Correct, and those are the mandatory assessments that you have to make, and then you're taking on more responsibility and more work for your department, which you've talked about at numerous council meetings, correct?
Yeah, per the state mandate, we have to do the reevaluation every 9 years, the full inspection. A typical project would cost about 1.6 million. Using the internal staff, we think we can complete it for about 500,000, possibly 600,000 if we get a lot of cooperation and a lot of inspections that result.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
For the next reval, what would be the date of that reval?
It's effective 12/31/24, so it'll be the July of 25 bill.
Okay. And given everything that you said, you think that the spending on that reval, I'm looking at line item 23-324, property revaluation of $250,000 within this coming fiscal year, is a reasonable estimate for the balance of that expense?
Yeah, the project will span 3 fiscal years. So we've already started. We're already expending some monies there. It'll probably amount to about 75,000 out of this current year's budget. And on the other side, they don't get paid until the completion of the appeals process. So there'll be 10% of the project cost that will be paid at that back end.
And I know that we've worked together on a commission, and I'd just like to make sure to commend you for all of your work. I know that you go above and beyond, especially all of this time working without a deputy in your department. And I think that you credibly laid out how much cost savings you're providing to the city of Warwick compared to having an outside vendor have this property revaluation, which is a very intensive process. So thank you for your work.
You're welcome.
Sir.
Director, on the deputy assessor, I noticed that the code has been changed from a 450 to a 415. Why was that?
I didn't have any involvement in that. There's 2 positions in the budget, not in this current year, but in the roster of what possible positions. One is a classified position, one is an unclassified position. This one that's in here is an unclassified position. That might be the reason for the change. I think it had changed some point before I got here, where it's gone back and forth, but we've never filled that position since I've been here. So.
No, but this was, I'm talking about the budget from 2023-24.
Yeah, but I think that was a carryover from what happened under the Solomon administration.
But it was a code 450 then. And you were here then.
Again, I'd have to look back. I didn't have a vote in changing that code. But again, there's a classified and an unclassified position.
But you didn't change the code.
I
you
did
said.
not change the code.
So that was changed for you.
It's probably brought back to where it used to be when it was an unclassified position.
Without telling you. Okay.
I'm okay with it.
the revaluation budget of 5,000, is that going to be expended exclusively for overtime, for office staff, for site visits, for perhaps, are you thinking about perhaps bringing in a part-time person, an independent person, or is that 5,000 earmarked for a specific job code?
No, any personnel-related costs to the revaluation. So there's going to be people that want inspections, say, on a Saturday. Our city employees don't work on Saturdays. The vendor wasn't asked to provide Saturdays within the bid. So that might be an issue where we'd get a part-timer that could handle that. Also, after work, after normal hours, there might be part-timers that are needed for that. So any personnel costs that are related to the revaluation.
All right, I appreciate your clarification on that. And lastly, I know the council president alluded to it, but I just want to reiterate it. In your department, other than contractual salary increases, step increases, longevity, there is nothing in your department?
No, there is not.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions from members of the council? Assessor's budget. Any questions from members of the public on the city assessor's budget?
I'm going to call you Neil if you don't mind. We have a long-standing relationship, so unless that offends you, I'm going to call you Neil.
That's fine, Barry, but please through the chair.
Thank you very much. It's nice seeing you at 4 o'clock in the afternoon rather than 7:30 in the morning on Wednesdays at the school committee meeting, Wednesday mornings.
Very good.
Okay, so having said all that, which is nonsensical, I'm sure, where do we presently stand, or where do you presently stand on the reval that was started, I guess, last year? Where do we presently stand on that?
Well, part of the process of saving the money involved using technology. So my staff's been working on measuring the buildings within the city for the last several months through the use of aerial photography. We found this to be a much more efficient process, much more accurate process, and we found a lot of mistakes that have been in the data for decades, going back and using our old records when there's discrepancies. In other words, we're not doing the normal garbage in, garbage out. We're correcting the data to the point where it's more cleaning up the data and we don't bring the garbage in.
Pardon me, knock myself out over here. Do you have, or have you communicated to the administration any projected numbers for the total assessment for property in the city?
No, it's way too early to tell. The assessment date's not till December 31st, and we'll even go beyond that before we get a clear read on December 31st. There's a little lag time between when the sales are recorded and we get them analyzed to reflect the true value.
And it's been a while since I was involved with this, so I'm going to ask one final question. Can you just quickly explain the relationship between the total dollars of assessed property and the relationship to the tax rate?
Well, we've got 4 different classes of properties, but 2 of which have now been transferred partially to other portions of the budget, just to keep it in context, what we're here for, being that the tangible personal property, 2/3 of that is now being reimbursed by the state, and then 2/3 of the accounts, I should clarify, not necessarily the dollars. And all of the motor vehicle tax now comes from state aid rather than from actual billing for the excise tax. So, but that being said, the residential tax rate is really the base, and then the commercial tax rate can be approximately 1.75 times the residential rate. But within that, there's some properties that are frozen, both in value and in rate. We've got commercial properties, apartment buildings for affordable housing that only pay 8% of their gross rent. So we can't do a straight mathematical calculation. There's a lot of other variables.
So, okay, final thing then. I always thought before a tax rate could be set, it was critical to know the total base of property values that will generate the revenue necessary to run the city. Am I mistaken about that?
Yeah, so it has to work in the opposite, right? So the city has to pass the levy amount. The tax rate is more of a mathematical function. Once we know the levy that needs to be raised, we can set the tax rates based on the net assessments. But again, there's a lot of other variables. If we tried to work the other way, you might not have money to buy things that are necessary, and you might have more money and you might spend things that are not necessary.
And we can only raise taxes in an amount sufficient to cover the city's requirements to fund the government. So irrespective of what the total base is, we're limited to the amount of money we can raise, and to an amount equal to run the city's government.
Well, we can raise 4% over the last year's tax levy without going to the state and getting an exemption. So there's a cap, but it's not a cap if there are emergencies or school-related expenditures necessary. There are options there.
Well, I must say that every experience I've ever had with you has been pleasant. This
Thank
one's
you.
included. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the city assessor's budget? Okay, next up is MIS.
Good evening, Phil Carlucci, IT Director for the MIS Department. For personnel, I don't have any step or longevity increases for this year. We have switched a position that has been in my budget for the last couple of years. After having no success in recruiting a qualified candidate for the database developer position, I've decided to slightly lower the salary for that position and move it from application development over into infrastructure. With the increase we have in mobile devices being used out in the field, we're still doing okay in our support tickets, but I can see projects that are starting to get delayed because we don't have the staff to handle the requests that are coming in. So for that, we're going to utilize, as we have been, contract services when necessary. This has proved out to be very effective and efficient use of the money for the city, and we anticipate it's going to be that way for the future. Telephone expenditures are up, but the actual increase, this is an accounting switch, the actual increase is just $3,000 overall. The addition to those budgets, as I mentioned, we have more mobile devices being used to put real-time data out in the field at various departments. That's extremely helpful for them. There is a slight increase in data cost for the cellular providers. The additional money above that, the amount we spend on phones, it varies slightly, very slightly, is the same as it was last year. It's just that amount gets distributed out over other departments. I proudly want to announce that we did have a dramatic decrease in our data network spend. In fiscal 23 and fiscal year 24, I came to the city council and asked for one-time ARPA expenditures in order to re-architect the city's entire network infrastructure. This year's reduction is the fruition of those efforts with your support. We are happy to report that we kept true to the administration's direction to leverage these one-time federal ARPA funds to gain long-term financial improvements for the city's tax base, so that $150,000 approximate decrease in our data network expenditures is out for at least 10 years. So we will be able to recoup the money we spent on it from ARPA, which really wasn't taxpayers' money from the local municipality standpoint. Software maintenance is up approximately 9%, as usually the case. There are two specific items that were included in this year's budget that weren't there last year. The police department has embraced the online program from OpenGov to do permitting online rather than by paper. So there's an increase this year in that. And the fire department had something in their training in their budget. It's provided by the same company that provides the software they use for their employee scheduling and timekeeping. It made 0 sense to have that split across two departments because it comes in on one invoice. So we moved that money into my budget. And finally, you may have noticed that there are no initiatives listed specifically for cybersecurity. I would love to tell you that the threat is gone. Everything's rosy and we don't have to worry about it anymore. But the opposite is true in that area. However, I sit on the state's Cybersecurity Federal Grant Committee, which is a 3-year program that the federal government is funding. So Warwick is going to get a portion of those funds, and I anticipate they'll be able to fund our cybersecurity initiatives this year out of that grant funding. So with that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Director. And you do an excellent job. This is an ever-moving subject here, like you said, with the cyber, and you're on top of it. And I just, what a change it has been since you've taken over in the positive to really secure all the data, all the information that we have here. So I just want to commend you for that. Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Director. I know we funded a study into moving several of our applications into the cloud. Is there funding in this budget to support the next steps on that?
That'll be covered in the capital expenditure portion of the budget. That study that you approved that was budgeted for this year kicks off the second week of June.
Okay, great. And then are there other departments on your hit list in terms of, leveraging Munis more or getting them more integrated? I think of things like DPW work orders and things of that nature that today may not be digitized, but that there's probably efficiencies to be found.
We have 2 particular modules within the Munis programs that we're focusing on right now. One is basically employee management. So we call it employee lifecycle management. There are a number that we're already paying for, a number of efficiencies available there. And the project manager that we employ is digging through those as quickly as possible. We also have a maintenance schedule asset management module. Currently, we're working with mostly the sewer department, somewhat DPW, and my own department to try to track assets in it. And it's a learning curve. It's people, just the amount of time it takes sometimes to implement these projects. It's not just my people's time. It's obviously the department's people's time, and everyone has priorities on that.
Right. Are there any unfulfilled personnel needs in the department as the budget is presented to us?
As I mentioned, without getting into the details of it, because of the salary rating, we spent 2 years and we could not get a qualified applicant for the database programming position that we had opened at that salary. However, and as you know, technology is a challenging field when trying to find people. Very much slanted toward work from home now as compared to coming into an office, which we do not offer a standard work from home policy. We migrated that to a service. We're using a company that the state has approved on an MPA. I don't want to just throw numbers out there without really going through the details of it, but in approximation, we've been able to do what we needed to do with our programming needs for about 80% of the base salary we were offering for that position, not counting the benefits, the 33% benefits that go on top of it. So it's turned into an effective methodology so far. I can't predict the future on it though.
Sure. Last is, as we look at, manpower across all the departments, is there any perspective or research or strategy you're considering around AI, or where we might be able to become more efficient in other areas based on technology?
My policy on AI, artificial intelligence, so far has been just trying to focus on what are our vendors using it for, and the focus really is on the security risk around it. From a utility standpoint, I spoke at a conference a couple of weeks ago that was focused on this. So during our monthly technology steering committee meeting, the last one, we dedicated about an hour of the discussion on the potential of AI, how it's being used for municipalities, some of the opportunities that we have to try to make effective use of it in answering questions, Q&A. And a lot of it draws back to the website and where we could start to put some intelligence behind that. But we did not budget for that in this coming year.
Okay, thank you.
Should we end it? Any questions from Councilman Rex?
We apparently should have budgeted for new microphones.
So that's right. Looking at the telephone line item, I was curious about that increase from 107,000 to 154,000. Does that represent increases in the data plans and the like, or does that also represent more city employees getting cell phones?
Our telephone expenditure is virtually contractual. And what I mean by that is we have a contractual amount we spend for those per device, and obviously devices go up and down. The telecommunication networking manager spends a great deal of his time going through making sure that we're canceling lines that aren't being used and all that wonderful stuff. That being said, the increase is, prior to my coming here, the policy had always been to spread those costs out to the departments. I had not just the ones for the IT department, I had ones for data, in some of the data in the police, and I understand the rationale. It's not a bad decision. It makes people accountable when it comes into their budget item. What I'm trying to do, as with the software, it's what the city's spending. We're spending about $3,000 more in 2025 than we did in fiscal year 2024 on telephones. How it's accounted for by which department, it just counts what dollars are going out the door. That only went up about $3,000, and as I explained, that really is the data plans as compared to the cell phone plans. Cell phone plans we have are very low, very inexpensive.
Thank you. I know we talked about those sorts of issues before, and thank you for staying on top of just deactivating those lines after an employee leaves or no longer is using the cell phone. Thank you for the explanation.
Absolutely.
Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the MIS budget? Any questions from members of the public on the MIS budget? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on 1 second, everybody. Thank you for your patience. So we're about 3 hours in right now. So I'm going to ask that we take a break of a 30-minute break, 25 minutes, and then everyone gets settled with the last 5 minutes, and we will start back up here. So I thank everybody that is here. It's been half an hour, so let's take a 30-minute break. So please be back here in 25 minutes, and then we will start again in 30 minutes. Thank you. Good evening again, everyone. We are going to continue with the budget hearing. Next up is the purchasing department, and that can be found on page 21. Director, you may have to turn on the mic.
It's on.
Good evening, Francis Gomez, purchasing agent.
Good evening, Director. Do you have any open positions, any merit increases, any union increases?
We only have one vacancy, which is the purchasing clerk, and no increases for non-union classified positions. Union, there are no step increases. They are both on step 3, and there are 2 longevity increases contractually.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the purchasing department's budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Good evening, Director.
Good evening.
I'm curious as to why the clerk tech bid specialist is making over $7,000 more than the buyer inspector. Isn't a buyer inspector kind of like an accountant position?
No, that would be the accounts payable technician.
And if I can finish, the clerk tech, is that considered like a junior accountant?
I'm sorry, the last part?
Would a clerk tech be the equivalent of a junior accountant?
No, clerk tech is also bid specialist.
Okay.
So there's two titles for that position.
So is a 431 a position with a higher responsibility job status versus a person in an 061 job code?
No. Bid specialist has much more responsibility than the buyer inspector. Buyer inspector is the position where they look for better pricing and also handle statements, making sure that everything is up to date with payments to our vendors that we use frequently, such as WB Mason and Amazon. And I would say also handle business accounts when it comes to different vendors that we use online for technology, such as B&H Photo, for example. We have better pricing by managing our own business accounts, and that's basically part of what the buyer inspector does.
And that's what the buyer inspector does?
Part of what she does, yes.
So again, the question is, why does the clerk tech specialist make $7,000 more than the buyer inspector?
The clerk tech bid specialist, from the information that I have, that's the highest paying union job in the city, if I'm not mistaken. And that's the reason why it's higher, is because of the longevity being added. That position, the person that holds that position has more than 16 years in the city of Warwick.
And how many more years than the buyer inspector?
The buyer inspector has much more less years in that position. And it's also non-union.
Non-union.
Yes, and there's no increases to the buyer inspector.
Okay. And in your budget code 26201, office supplies and equipment, why are you putting in for a 70% increase in office supplies and equipment when, as you know, you no longer provide us with hard copies of a tremendous amount of documents at an expensive cost, as it was stated? Why are you increasing that by 70%?
The 2024 $1,192 is actually what I spent. And as you can see before, the budget for it was $2,000. So therefore, $2,000 is just making sure I have enough money for my department, for not only council dockets, but other things that we need as well. We print out all the bids that we advertise. We print out all the information that comes to my office, and we put it in physical folders and also digital folders. So it's a combination.
Oh, I'm aware of, what your office prints out. So in 2022, it was $1,152, 2023, $1,838. In 2024, what your budget was $2,000 and you're projected out at $1,192. So are you printing more stuff now than ever?
No, we don't only buy things, we don't only buy paper, we buy necessity things like stamps, stamp ink, and then we're actually saving money because we also have a rewards program through WB Mason with HP, which is whenever we buy toner from WB Mason, we gain points from HP rewards, business rewards, and we end up actually getting a lot of free things for not just my department, but the entire city.
And to the point you said of your savings, that's exactly why I'm asking the question, because it was stated that not having to provide hard copies to some of us was going to save you lots and lots of time and money.
And it has saved us a lot of time and money.
In addition to that savings, you're still going up 70% from what you project on spending this year.
But I also budgeted for that in 2024, which was 2,000, and I still have money left over from the previous one. This gives me more room just in case something comes up and I need to print out more things, I need to buy more office supplies, and it's just not paper. But it has, to your point, that we don't have to provide everyone with hard copies. It has saved money, but also you have to take into account that the cost of paper was not the same cost it was the previous years. It has gone up, just paper.
Any other questions on the purchasing department? Any questions for members of the public on the purchasing department?
Just one real quick one. Are you still giving preference to businesses in Warwick?
What do you mean by that?
Before, sir, could you identify, please?
Yes, I'm James Italiani. So when you purchase things for this city, I understand, or let me put this on the wish list then. Number one, I understood that we gave preferences to vendors in the city. Number two, that we gave preferences in the state to help our own economy.
All right, well, I will tell you this, since I've started, I have opened many accounts with businesses in Warwick, two of them being Shaw's and Dave's Marketplace, because I'm a firm believer in investing in our local vendors first. Not that I have a preference, because that's technically not ethical to do, if that makes any sense, but I have.
Yeah, we're going to stick to just the budget questions. What's in the budget at this time?
Right.
This is more of a policy question that he asked. That's we can't take that at this time. We have to stick with the budget.
I was hoping that to give local business, obviously, that would increase our revenue and that would increase our budget, our spendables. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the purchasing department's budget from members of the public? Okay, thank you, Director. Next up is boards and commissions. Chief?
Thank you, Council President Aaron Mackesy, Mayor's Chief of Staff. The boards and commission salary line items are statutory, either by state law or local ordinance. There have been no changes to the statutes in the past year, so they remain the same.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the council on the boards and commissions budget? Any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the boards and commissions budget? Page 22. Any questions from members of the public? Okay, next up is the community development.
Good evening, Tom Kravitz, Planning Director.
Good evening, Director.
First, representing Community Development, the only thing to say there is we do have 3 vacancies currently in that department, which we would like to fill at some point in the future.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on community development budget from members of the council? Any questions from members of the council on community development? Any questions from members of the public on community development? Councilman Sinapi.
So just an FYI, I'm not trying to start debate on it because it's already done, but for boards and commission, it looks like there's a math error in the last 2 columns. I'm not entirely clear where. Something's not adding up about the total. Just pointing it out for between now and Thursday for it to be addressed. Obviously, no need to discuss it now, especially because we're not on it anymore.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from members of the council on community development budget? Any questions from members of the public on the community development budget? Any questions from members of the public on community development? Okay, next up is city planning. Director?
Yes, city planning, we did have one of the 4-year longevity contractual obligations with one position, which resulted in an increase in salary. The other thing to note in that department is it appears like we hired an additional employee, but that was actually a staff person who has been present. The position was reclassified. It was funded last year under temporary services. That's now been changed to staff assistant under the classified exempt position. So we now have 6 technically in the department.
Okay, and this budget is found on page 40 in your budget books. Any questions from members of the council on the city planning budget? Any questions from members of the council on city planning? Any questions from members of the public on city planning? Any questions from the public on city planning? Okay, thank you, Director. Next up is tourism, culture, and development, page 41.
Good evening. Elizabeth Dunton, Tourism Director.
Bruce Kaiser, Director of Economic Development. You'll note that in our budget, it's down 4% this year. The major change relates to the salary line item. I work part-time. In the current 23-24 budget year, we had it budgeted 3 days a week. My schedule for last year has been 2 days a week. So this reflects current work schedule.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from members of the council on the tourism, culture, and development budget? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the tourism, culture, and development budget, page 41? Any questions from members of the public? Thank you. Next up is Public Works. Public Works starts on page 42.
Good evening, Eric Earls, Public Works Director.
Good evening, Director.
So Public Works, we have exclusive of the Water Division, they'll be in front of you later. We have 130 employees. We have 11 receiving step increases, 15 receiving increases through longevity, and we're proposing 1 new position, senior labor in the Highway Division.
Okay, have you advertised that 1 new position yet, or is it just proposed at this time?
No, it's proposed. If it goes through council and it's approved and it's part of the new budget, then we'll advertise it.
Okay. Any questions on the DPW, Public Works, from members of the council? Any questions from members of the council on the Public Works, starting on page 42? Any questions for members of the public on the Public Works budget? Any questions from members of the public on Public Works? Okay, thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Up next is the personnel budget.
Hi, Stephen Rotondo, Personnel Director.
Director,
We-
if you just get right into the mic, I don't think we heard you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Now
good.
I can, yes.
Okay, we have no step increases or longevity increments in this budget. We do have a proposal for we have one vacancy, and a HR tech assistant position is vacant right now. And we have proposed one new position, a pension administrator, and as you can see, that position is proposed at $76,000 a year, but it's also, our intention is to have that expensed out to the pension assets, so it won't come out of our,
So what will the total be for that salary from both, from where you took it from?
I'm sorry, what will the total be for what?
For the proposed new position, what is the salary for that proposed new
The-
position?
The salary for that we're proposing is $76,000. However, we're also recommending that the entire salary, $76,000, come from pension assets, because this position will be responsible for managing the sundry pension plans.
Oh, so the total number doesn't change, it's just going to be paid out of another one?
The dollar amount, the dollar amount doesn't change. We put 76 in, and we take 76 out of pension assets.
That's my question, thank you. Okay. Any questions for the personnel budget from members of the council? Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you. Hi, hello, Director. Temporary services, can you explain that? I see that it doubled.
Yes, we took out some of our overtime, and we're applying it to temporary services. We've actually been able to keep the tech assistant position, which is a full-time benefited position, vacant, because we've capitalized on a retiree who comes in under the temporary services budget. You may know that retirees can work for a total of 75 days over the course of a fiscal year. That's turned out a little better than I thought. And so I think we're saving money in the bottom line by putting it into temporary services. We've got, I think we're even going to come in lower than our overtime budget. We spend very little on overtime now. And it has spared us from having to fill that tech assistant right now. But it's limited. The person's limited, and that's not going to last forever.
Hi, Director.
Hi.
Can you explain that again? I missed that first part where you said you took it out of something and put it to something, and tell me that all over again.
Okay, so we had a total of, let's see. We had a larger proposed, in last fiscal year, we had a larger proposed overtime budget. It was 6,000.
6,680.
6,000, right. And then we had a portion of the budget was applied to temporary services. What we did is we deducted out the overtime, we applied it to temporary services, and that's the difference. Our budget, when you take out the fact that the biggest increase to our budget is because in the current fiscal year, we expensed out to the enterprise funds, we expensed out in the current fiscal year $72,564. In the proposed fiscal year, that number drops down to $61,478. That's $11,086. And that pretty much is the lion's share of our increase. There's a small amount because we did put a little bit more into the temporary services.
So what I'm looking at here is you reduced overtime by $2,700 this year. Your proposed finish is $33.83. Your budget was $66.80. So you reduced that. I'm sorry, it was $3,300 roughly, using a round number. The increase on general services was 1,500. Last year, I'm sorry, from what you're finishing this year, your projected end this year is 1,513. You're coming back with 3,000 there. So I'm not quite sure what you mean when you're saying, you take it from overtime and apply it to temporary services. That doesn't give you a jump of 6,000. Gives you a jump of maybe 3,300. So where's the other 2,700 coming from?
We increased our temporary services from 6,000 in the current fiscal year budget proposal to 12,000 in the proposed fiscal
Correct.
year.
We agree.
Right.
That's a $6,000 increase.
Right.
Your deduction on overtime is just about 3,300.
Right.
That's not 6,000. Where's the other 2,700 coming from? I think you said you took it from someplace else
Well,
besides
think,
overtime.
I think one of the reasons the bottom line in our budget is not, so the budget's almost flat. I mean, if you account for the deductions in the chargebacks, that's an $11,000 difference. And so our budget's almost flat. And let me see. We also save a little bit of money, about $1,700, almost $1,800 in the upper lines because a person left who was on step 3 and we hired a new person. So our budget is at the bottom line is pretty flat.
Well, I don't know about that because in 2022, you have an actual sick time budget of 11,000, 13,000 in 2023, and in 2024, you're almost 19,000. But in 2025 projected budget, you're zero. You didn't project anything. So there's a 19 grand difference there. There's the 6,000 increase in temporary services. That's 25,000. And there's another 1,500 down below in general services. So I don't think that's flat.
If I can go to the sick time, if you look at the various personnel budgets, sick time is always sick time is measured at 0 because sick time is pulled from your salary. So whatever your salary budget is, you start with there, and then over the course of the year, whatever you spend on sick time gets pulled out of salary. So if you look at all of these personnel supplements, the sick leave is always a flat line.
Okay, fair enough. So if you have another 18,000 line item in sick time this year, this isn't going to be so flat anymore. But I'm still looking for the answer as to why you increased temporary services by $6,000. You explained where some of the money was coming from, not all of it, but you didn't explain to us why you need to double it.
The reason I'm doubling that is because we were able to bring a retiree back on a temporary services basis. And it's limited to 75 days. And also I think this person is limited to the amount. It's never going to reach 75 days. But that's worked out very well. So when the spending comes in at the end of the year, the amount that we actually spend, we're saving money on the HR technician assistant position. We've been able to not fill that position because we've been utilizing this temporary services, and I want to continue that into next year because I'm wondering if we can get away with, in subsequent years, eliminating or restructuring that position, because what we've been doing lately in the past couple of years is we're trying to increase efficiencies, leveraging existing technology to increase efficiencies. It'll take too long for me to get into the weeds on it, but we had some very labor-intensive processes that should have been moved to the database 20, 30 years ago. We finally got them there. And so I want to utilize that extra money in the temporary services and see if we can maybe, not delay further or maybe not fill that technical assistant position. So at the end of the year, we're going to come in under our budget.
So your salary line item, your projected year end is roughly 344,000. Your budgeted item was 398,000. So the difference thereabouts is some 55,000. Is that 55,000? What is the reason for the $55,000 drop?
I'm sorry, what?
Your salary budget, 15,101. Your budget for 2024 was 398,514. Your projected year end is about 50,000 less. It's 343,951. What was the reason for the $50,000 drop?
Two things. One, we had that position, HR technical assistant, has been vacant. And the second is we had a person leave and a new person came in at step one. We had a person leave at step three, and that's about a $1,800 drop there in the projected budget.
And are you proposing on filling those positions?
Well, the one is filled. It's just filled at a lower rate, and it depends on how well. As I said, with the technical assistant position, we do, but we've been able to avoid it now by first leveraging some technology to improve some efficiencies within the office, and second by pulling in a retiree who had a lot of experience, and there was no startup time. There was no. I mean, she just came in and picked things up. That's worked well, but as I say, that's going to be self-limiting.
And you increased the budget from this current fiscal year by about $9,000. You went from 398,514 to 407,800. What was the reason for the $9,000 increase? And who gets it?
Well, the $398,000 budget, our projected shortfall there again goes to those two things I just mentioned, a vacant position and a person leaving. And however, if we fill the tech position, the technician assistant position, that will bring us back up to that 407. So the number of positions in this budget, it's the same as last year. We're coming in low because we've been able to not fill that position. But if we need to fill it in the coming fiscal year, then we're going to be required to go to that 407.
So that tech position you're talking about, is that human resource tech, code number 221?
Human resources technical assistant, 35,735.
Actually, that'd be 204, I think, right?
Sorry.
Human resource tech assistant?
Yes, job code 204.
204, which pays 36,735, right?
35, yeah. 35.
So if you fill that position, that's what the position is going to be filled at, is 37,735?
I have it as 35,000.
I'm sorry, 35,000.
Yes.
35,735.
Yes.
Which is far less than the 45,000 change from your budget 2024 to your projected. Because you said that difference in there is what you're going to use to fill this new position, this, not new, but to fill this vacant position. Right? So the difference is, what I'm looking at is $55,000 difference between what you're going to spend this year and what your budget was. The new position is $35,735, plus you're increasing the budget by about $9,000. Is that correct?
No, I don't think all of the salaries that we've proposed for the upcoming fiscal year are static. There's, except for the one, like I say, there was about an $1,800 reduction. So our proposal of salaries from last fiscal year to this is the same. They're all the same. Nobody's getting a step increase. Nobody's getting a longevity.
Okay.
That position it hasn't changed, with the exception of the 1,800. Within those salary positions, there's no changes. We're coming in low because we haven't filled.
But the reason that your projected budget, salary budget for this year went down to $343,951 is because you had that vacant position of 204 for $35,735, right? That's the reason why that dropped, you said, because you have that position that wasn't filled. In addition to that, you are increasing your proposed budget from this year's budget by $9,000.
You may almost, in the projection, you also may be seeing some vacancy savings between the time the person left who was at the step 3 and the time that we and it wasn't long, it was weeks or two, but there's also some vacancy savings in there in addition to the vacancy that we had, but in between the time we took the HR specialist and one left and another one came in. So that projection is vacancy savings on 2 levels and savings in the step.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on the personnel budget from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the personnel department? Page 13. Any questions from members of the public? Thank you, Director. Next up is employee benefits. Employee benefits can be found on page 51.
There's no human resources in the employee benefits, so there's no step increases, or this is all just benefits numbers.
Okay.
Benefits costs, so there's no HR costs in here.
Any questions or comments from members of the council on employee benefits? Any questions or comments from members of the council?
I do.
Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Line item 75198, city contractual obligations, $1 million. What is that for?
Okay.
Well, that's explained in the mayor's budget message. That's to create a reserve for labor negotiations.
I'm sorry, it's to create a reserve for what?
The $1 million is to create a reserve for the labor negotiations that are going on currently for police and municipal workers, and also to provide an increase, commensurate increase for non-union workers as explained in the mayor's budget message.
And that city contractual obligation line, that's pretty much in every budget, right?
That's if an agreement is reached, that money will be used to pay the agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on the employee benefits from members of the council? Any questions or comments from members of the public on employee benefits, page 51? Any questions or comments from residents on employee benefits? Okay, thank you, Director. Next up is insurance. That can be found on page 52. Who would like the opportunity to present the insurance budget? Yeah, they're all fighting over the opportunity.
We're on liability insurance, correct?
Insurance, page 52.
Yep.
Insurance premiums, deductibles, yeah. Any questions from members of the council on the insurance budget? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the insurance budget? Any questions from members of the public on insurance? Okay, thank you. Next up is council claims, also on page 52. Looks like no increase to this, the council claims. Any questions or comments on council claims on page 52 from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on council claims, page 52? Any questions on council claims? Okay, thank you very much. Next up is postage. Postage is on page 53. Any questions or comments from members of the council on the postage budget for the city? Any questions on the postage budget from members of the council? Any questions from the public on postage? Any questions from members of the public on postage? Okay, thank you. Next up is fixed costs, also on page 53. Any questions or comments from members of the council on fixed costs? Any questions from members of the council on fixed costs? Any questions or comments from members of the public on fixed costs, budget for fixed costs on page 53? Any questions from members of the public? Thank you. Next up is pensions. Pensions can be found on page 54. Any questions or comments from members of the council on the pensions budget, page 54? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you. Just bear with me 1 minute. So I have a question regarding the budget details in the mayor's position, where he indicates that this budget proposes a continued freeze on police contributions for pension benefits. The current is 18.5%, rate is the highest in the state, hindering recruitment, et cetera. Freezing the rate will require an additional $80,000 contribution by the city. I'd like to hear a little more about that. Specifically, where does the authority come from to implement that freeze in the first place? Second part of that question is this something that is governed by state law? And is it something that has to be approved by the pension board? So it's like a three-part question here.
It's part of the budget proposal. It's mentioned in the budget's message.
I know, that's what I'm quoting, is the budget message, and I'm asking the questions as a result.
The mayor has
of that
asked for
posting.
the authority to do that in the budget.
So the mayor has the authority to continue a freeze or issue a freeze, because I don't remember when that
I would
originally
say,
occurred.
if you pass the budget with these numbers in there, you've given this authority for a very modest change, but
What I started to say was, I don't recall that a freeze came before the council in previous budgets. I could be wrong. I just don't remember it. That's why I'm asking the question. And you're telling me that the mayor has the authority to issue that ongoing freeze, regardless of what state law says it doesn't say.
well, it's got nothing to do with state law.
Okay.
This has got to do with the contribution that the actuary says that we need to make to each of the plans to meet the minimum authorized requirement for the pension plan. And last year, the mayor came to you. He did exactly the same thing. He indicated he wanted to freeze the rate of police officers contributing to Fire 2 plan. I think the cost was a little higher that year. He wants to do the same thing this year. He's delineated that in his budget message, and he's put a number in here for contributions that does that. So if you pass the budget, you've executed what he's asked you to do. That's my answer to you.
Okay, and what are the pensions funded at right now?
Well, the Police 2 plan, it's only relating to the Police 2 plan.
Okay.
And you see that number is 6,139,404. It would have been 80,000 less if he wasn't doing this, because the employees would have had to contribute more. What they're looking for is a total revenue stream to support ongoing costs and the very modest unfunded liability of the plan.
Okay, so the pension plan, Police 1, Police 2, Fire 1, 2, Municipal, what percentages are they funded? Are they funded at 30%, 70%, 90%? What are they funded at?
They're all over 70%, other than the Fire and Police 1 plan, which is much lower. It's about 27%. All the others are over 70% funded.
They're all over 70%.
I could
And
go
what
to
is-
the actuary,
What is the
the
state
audit and tell you the
require?
exact figure, but I don't.
What does the state require for pension contribution
You can
percentage?
go to the General Treasurer's website and you'll find that all of our plans are.
No, but I'm asking you. You're the finance
They're the
director.
best
I'm
funded
asking
plans
you.
in the state. So, other than the Police and Fire 1, which is an aging population, there are no active employees there any longer.
So the best we got is 70%.
They're all over 70%, other than the Police and Fire 1 plan.
And they're at 27%.
Approximately, yes.
That's Fire 1 and Police 1?
Fire and Police 1 is at around 26, 27%. Each plan, the funded ratio is listed in the audit for each of the plans. I can dig that out, but I don't have it right in front of me now. But I know they're all over 70%.
So is your position
Closer
as
to
finance,
80%.
as your position as finance director, are you comfortable with this percentage ratio we have of 70%?
Yes, I am.
You are? Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? And I believe the police department have asked for this as well, correct? They pay it higher than a lot of other into their pensions. Is that correct? That's one of the things that they've asked for. They're already at the high end.
Yeah, I mean, they're at 18,
18,
17
19,
point,
something like that.
17.4, 18.4%.
18.4%, yeah. Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you, Council President. Director, the 85196 line, which we have in prior years funded out of the budget, in this year, is a portion of these monies being recouped from the expected contributions following the contract, or is this a pledge of $1,069,000 out of just general funds?
You're talking 85,196.
Yeah, OPEB trust fund.
This is, you pass an ordinance in September. The actuary was here, and the ordinance you passed and the mayor's budget complies with that ordinance, is that you take what the funding amount is for all the other plans, municipal, fire, police, plus claims experience for the retiree population. You increase the whole by 2.5%, and that's the number that comes out that needs to be required to contribute $1,069,700. We now have over $3 million in the OPEB trust fund, and we're going from there.
And then the payroll deductions
That's a separate issue.
Okay, so
Separate issue,
that'll be over and above.
not represented here.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the council who haven't had a chance to speak yet? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, I just want to be sure that I understand completely what you're saying. And I'm going to read the law to you as it pertains to Tier 1, Tier 2. And it says, the actuary shall evaluate Tier 1 and Tier 2 as a single fund for the purpose of determining the pension contributions for the city, comma, 2/3 share of the total, comma, but shall determine separate employee contribution rates for members of Tier 1 and Tier 2, reflecting 1/3 of the difference in the value of the benefit being provided under this plan for the two tiers. Are we following that?
We are paying a melded rate to the Fire 2 and Police 2 plans.
Are we following that law?
We are paying the melded rate. One combined rate for every employee.
So you're not saying to me, yes, we are following that law, or no, we're not, or I don't know.
From what I think you're saying is, no, we are not doing that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any members of the public like to speak on the pensions? Any members of the public like to speak on pensions? Okay, thank you, Director. Next up is the school department. Just to preface this with the school department, I'm just going to ask that you have one or two presenters. We don't want to have a whole bunch of presenters. And just for everyone's education, it's just the top line number of what the city council can discuss. We can't change different line items and stuff like that. That is done through the school committee. So if you have questions or comments on particular line items within that, we can just talk about the top lines here, not policies or other items that are the school committee gets to do. So, good evening, sir, and please introduce yourself for the record.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Bowl. I'm the Finance Director for Warwick Public Schools.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Do you have anything in your budget you'd just like to highlight overall, and then we'll open it up to questions?
Yeah, so I think one of the things we wanted to do tonight was give credit to the superintendent for her ability to finalize both of the union contracts within Warwick Public Schools. So we were able to settle the WTU contract as well as the WISE union contract with plenty of time before the actual fiscal year begins. So just kudos to the superintendent. I do also want to highlight that there have been some reductions in headcount per our budget. So we've actually reduced the number of headcount within the WTU by 15. We've reduced the number of headcount by 20 in the WISE union.
Thank you. Now, were those reductions just retirements and you didn't replace them, or have you given out any layoffs or anything like that?
So the reductions to the WISE union are those are 20 true layoffs. The reductions to the WTU is a combination of retirements and layoffs. I believe it was 10 retirements or 11 retirements, and then 4 or 5 layoffs within the WTU as well.
Okay, and the WTU, that's the teachers union, and the WISE is like the people that work in the schools, the janitors,
maintenance, clerical.
maintenance. Okay. Members of the council, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening. Good evening to the chairman and to the superintendent and the team. I'm going to put you on the spot, but if you don't have the answer, I would respectfully request that I get the answers emailed to me, and then I can share it with whomever requests them.
100%.
Unfunded mandates.
Yep.
Do you have an idea of what your yearly federal, state unfunded mandates that the city of Warwick must provide funding of laws and rules that have been made at the federal and state level that the burden of the cost then falls upon the city?
Yeah, so I've got, from our non-staffing budget, our non-staffing budget's about $40 million, closer to my mouth. Our non-staffing budget's about $40 million a year. Out of that, I would say that only 7 to 10% of the non-staffing budget is truly discretionary. So I've highlighted a couple of the unfunded mandates that take up a large portion of that is non-discretionary. So for the curriculum department, we've got about $1 million in unfunded mandates. For DCYF placements within the special education department, we've got about 300,000 unfunded mandates. Statewide transportation takes up about $4 million a year in the fiscal year 25 budget. Out of district tuitions, 13.9 million. SATs and PSATs is $55,000. And our CCRI dual enrollment's about $125,000 for fiscal year 25. Those are the larger ones. There are probably some others floating around within the budget, but those are the ones that we picked out.
I can't thank you enough. And also, could we consider unfunded mandates having to hire personnel like the teacher evaluations, though needed? It is a state mandated process.
Yep.
Which is written down and delegated from the state, the specific for the city of Warwick and the state of Rhode Island. That process uses up personnel time of, instead of direct to the student time, it is very detailed and very time consuming. And that is something that also the city must adhere to the costs of.
Yep. There's a number of instances like that. And there's also some other unfunded mandates coming down the pipeline. There's some changes to foreign language education as well as multi-language learners that are going to impact the district in the next 2 to 3 years. So you'll see additional unfunded mandates coming from the state that aren't currently in the budget as well.
So you're saying $40 million, or you've said, I'm sorry, $40 million, and thank you so much for having those numbers. $40 million that we must bear the burden of rules and policies set forth in federal and state. So they set forward these, but they don't send the money down. They just say, hey, you know what? Let's pat ourselves on the back. Let's make this a law. Let's brag we made this a law, and let's give it to the burden to the schools, just kind of like building your own buildings. Like, you know, we have laws that require the kids to have a new building, and RIDE can say, we're not going to fund that, but first we want you to spend the money, and then we'll refund it. But you have to take that burden on top of $40 million of rules and policies that were set at the federal and state level that we in the city must bear the cost of without any reimbursement, without anything such as that. These are just policies they made up that now you, this committee, the administration, the teachers, the students, the support staff have to bear the burden of figuring out how to pay for that.
Yep.
And it is a teacher and staff burden, because that's $40 million that we are taking teachers away from classrooms of students, $40 million that make bigger class sizes, $40 million that basically we will then not receive either one accreditation, or we will not receive federal monies, additional federal monies, if we do not spend the money that they are telling us we must spend for their programs.
That's correct.
And I appreciate that you said the SAT, because I want to make this very clear. Though he said it was $55,000, that's $55,000 that Governor Gina Raimondo determined would be the state standardized test for the state of Rhode Island, was the the SAT. That is the state mandate. I also want to say what the dropout rate in the state of Rhode Island is 18 years of age. I'm not supporting the dropout rate, but let's be very honest. A student is forced to stay in school until they're 18. When a student stays in school, that's all the resources, that's additional funding that we must pick up, even though that student needs the alternate learning, needs maybe alternate placement. Even that is limited and declared by the state. The state will dictate what we can, but yet the cost falls on the district. The cost always falls on the district from all these state laws. So I want to thank you for the clarification, Mr. President, thank you for the time. I am sorry to hear that you had to once again play with the numbers of the professionals within the district, but understanding you're up against a $40 million wall that was just kicked to us by the state and by the federal government. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Other members of the council have any questions on the school department? Councilman Sinapi.
I just wanted to point out this time around the school department offered to meet and discuss the budgets with the various unions prior to their own budget hearings. And they also made a pretty strong effort. So last time around, I had reported that I listened to and watched them make cuts during the meeting. This time, they took it a step further and cut millions of dollars before the meeting even happened, thus saving them a lot of time. By they, I mean the school department itself, for which the school committee ultimately, for the most part, approved during their own meeting. And just for the sake of clarity, correct me if I'm wrong, but the projected enrollment for 2018-2019, I think, is 7,506 students. 2018, 2019, right?
Correct. Through 2028, 2029.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, just checking. And I'll likely have proposals for Thursday, and we'll continue to be in touch. And as usual, they were kind enough to meet with me prior and go through the budget, and I highly recommend that for any council person who's either interested in it just for their own sake or interested in it for the sake of review when it comes to budgets. But that's it for me.
Thank you, Councilman. And yeah, I'd also like to note that the superintendent and the assistant superintendent also reached out to me as well. So I thank them for that. Questions? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. I assume you've read the mayor's comments in his budget statement.
I have.
And do you concur with the numbers regarding, or the projected numbers regarding the enrollment?
So I think that the enrollment numbers that we've typically been referring to within the school department are from a demographic study we had done a number of years ago by a firm called Cropper. So for the fiscal year 28 projected enrollment, we have a number of 7,525 students, which is, call it 8% more than what the mayor cited in his statement in the Warwick Beacon.
But it's a significant drop over the last significant amount of years. I recall last year when I had asked what the population was, it was stated it was 8,700. The next day, the superintendent got back to me and said it was like 8,007, I think it was, or 8,004. But the point is, from the late 70s, we've had a steady and dramatic decline in the population of students. We've gone from some 22,000 to currently just barely 8,000 or under. And in the next couple of years, we project it to drop anywhere from 500 to 1,000, depending upon who's talking about it. But yet, the cost to educate the students continues to climb. And it's climbing at a significant rate. And I don't know how that's ever going to get under control. And there's reasons why this population continues to drop in the schools, and depending upon who you speak to, there's a whole host of different reasons. But it appears that no one really has a grasp on it, because that steady decline hasn't changed, but yet the steady incline of running the schools continues to increase. And we are now faced with a $350 million budget, bond, expense that's going to have to be paid. And everyone is hoping and praying that it's not going to go over 350 because nobody wants to answer the question, the what if. So I've always had concerns with different departments in the city. It's not just the schools. And I don't see the spending or the costs being dealt with to the degree that it's impacting the taxpayers. I know we have a new contract coming to us. And what is that dollar amount in the first year?
Between both unions?
Yep.
So the WTU, the approximate cost of the first year is 2.65 million. The first year cost of the WISE union contract is about 600,000. So call it 3.25 million.
One of the things that, well, I should say probably the biggest thing that has always concerned me, and it's been a conversation every year, every budget, every contract, is the 90 sick days that is budgeted for the teachers. 90 out of 120. And I've had very good communication with the leadership of the teachers union regarding, and it appears as though the reasoning for the sick days, even though there is a contribution, a small contribution from the teachers towards that sick pay, is because they do not have TDI.
That's correct.
Temporary disability insurance. Well, at the last contract, I had expressed my opinion that TDI, at least the last time I checked, capped out at $800 per employee, times roughly 900 employees. I think we still have about 900 employees, right?
About 875.
It's what, please?
875.
875 now?
That's fine.
Okay,
Yep.
so 900.
Yep.
Caps out at 900 times 900 staff people is 810,000, right?
Yep.
If you cut the sick days from 90 to what I was told averages out between somewhere 10 and 12, depending upon who you talk to, if you eliminate 70 sick days or 80, how much do you save? That's been the question. So why not consider taking care of the TDI cost, which is a drop in a bucket compared to what the sick pay is, and then add in the substitute teacher pay for some 60 to 70 days that are not being used. And I know you can't answer that question now, and I don't expect you to. I'm just putting that out there again for the 12th year in a row, that it makes no sense to me at all that we are the only community in the state of Rhode Island that has 90 sick days because our teachers can't get TDI for $875. To me, that just makes no sense. But that's my 2 cents on this. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
Looking over the difference between the school budget request and the mayor's proposed budget, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that the difference is $693,942.
between our request and the mayor's proposal.
Correct.
I think it was closer to 900,000.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was understanding from earlier. I want to make sure that I'm looking at the correct documents here. I was seeing, let's see.
So if you want the exact numbers, I can give them to you. The school department requested 4.5 million more than our fiscal year 24 allocation, and the mayor's proposal is 3.6 million.
Okay.
So that's where the 900,000 comes from.
Okay, yeah, I do have that correct amount of the request, 4,479,783. For some reason, I had the proposed amount being higher. Don't know how I managed to mix up those numbers when I have them right in front of me, but that's why I wanted to make sure. So, if the approximate $900,000, if this city council were to decline to make amendments to bridge that gap, what would that look like in terms of the impact on Warwick schools?
So we've actually started to budget for capital improvements within the operating budget for smaller projects. One of the projects that we're hoping to take care of in the next year or so are improvements to the athletic fields at Veterans Middle School. Both Tollgate and Pilgrim are obviously going to be under construction this upcoming year, and at a certain point in time, those high schools are going to need to share athletic facilities with veterans, or it's at least a possibility. In order to do so, we need to make improvements to those fields. So I think one of the things that will get postponed are the improvements to those athletic fields, or at least some of them won't be made.
I understand, and I appreciate the honesty and clarity of information here that, unlike in some previous years, where there was a delta between the mayor's proposed budget and the school committee's requested budget, we would often hear that the first thing on the chopping block is school sports. It would scare people. There was no real basis for that sort of thing because we all knew that there were other priorities. So I can't tell you how refreshing it is to hear that, okay, this is what we don't want to cut, but it's practically speaking what we would have to cut and what we would cut if we were put in that position. I also appreciate all of the school committee and school department's work on really bringing down this request to that 4.5 million, given the various increases to the contract, inflation, all of those costs that we know that those costs are going to rise, even if there's a small decrease to the student population. Warwick Schools has a lot of fixed costs here and is subject to inflation. So particularly the school department, school committee made some very difficult decisions in terms of eliminating positions, not just through attrition, but through layoffs under its own request. Would we have to be concerned about any additional layoffs if this approximate 900,000 delta isn't closed a bit?
No, I think it's the administration's goal to preserve the headcount where it is now. I think we're stopping at the reductions that were passed through school committee.
And aside from delays in the various capital improvements, would there be anything else likely on the chopping block for this coming fiscal year?
There's a number. So we're currently in negotiations with First Student for transportation, and there's a couple of add-ons that we wanted to add to the contract this year. One of them being cameras on all of the buses, so that we're protecting our students, we're protecting the drivers, everybody knows what's going on the buses on a daily basis. And another initiative through First Student would be RFID cards, so that students actually have to badge into the bus. They can use those RFID cards for lunch as well, so it can be used to access the building, their lunch, bus, whatever. That program's obviously going to take some time to roll out, but those two things are sort of nice to haves right now. If we're short $900,000, those would probably be cut as well.
And thinking of the earlier capital improvements, we all know that a lot of the facilities are in rough shape. So if you could illustrate a little bit for us, what do these capital improvements look like that would be on the chopping block?
So the vets track right now is one of the big issues. There's a question of whether or not the whole foundation needs to be dug up or if we can just replace the rubber track on top. I think the consensus within the department is that we potentially have to dig up the entire foundation as well, which is a significantly more expensive undertaking, potentially up to like $500,000. The lighting, we're looking at different alternatives in order to save in some places where permanent light fixtures, obviously, that oversee the stadiums and the fields are a little bit more expensive, but there is the potential to go with a lower cost alternative, just like temporary lights that shine on the field.
And so, for example, the track at Warwick Vets, it's not unsafe at the moment, would you say, or?
I would argue the opposite. There's visible cracks within the track, and I'm not going to say that anyone's broken an ankle on it yet, but if you have high school runners who are running 400 meters and they don't see a pothole in front of them, definitely opportunities to injure athletes. So I think that there's definitely a need for that replacement.
Thank you. And if it would be possible to get a little bit more information on the capital improvements and especially how they relate to safety between now and the upcoming hearing on Thursday, I think that would be helpful for us to decide and make informed decisions as to priorities in the budget. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Any questions from members of the council, school budget? Any questions from members of the public on the school budget? Just come up. And then just going to see if the mic might be off now because after the break. So,
Jim Italiani again. To answer your question about Councilman about the school budgeting. Small group of us did a little investigation about how much were cost overrides building schools in New England. The best numbers we could come up with was mostly from Connecticut, and most of them 2019 numbers. The average is 29.1% cost override, which means our $350 million cost to build the schools now on average will only cost us $100 million more. So we have nothing to worry about. Thank you.
thank you.
Hi, my name's Darlene Netco. I live in Ward 7, lifelong resident of Warwick, homeowner, taxpayer. I've been teaching in Warwick Public Schools for 34 years. I had 2 years before that in another city, so that's 36 years in the classroom, and I'm president of the Warwick Teachers Union. And I just have a few comments, obviously, about the school budget. I'm here to advocate for the passage of it. I think the fact that Mr. Ball answered Mr. Howe's questions tonight proves the school committee and the school department, the administration are all very well prepared and have crossed their T's and dotted their I's. I appreciate every year when Mr. Howe brings up unfunded mandates. He's also a teacher and he knows the difficulties that unfunded mandates present to a school department budget. Um, a couple that were not mentioned, one big one is the Pathways program. And I bring this up every year because when the Pathways first got put into place, there were only 2 districts in the state that were small enough to jump on board. They got their Pathways programs approved very quickly, and really all they are a couple of courses bundled together. And I told our superintendent at the time, take out the program of study and let's bundle some classes and let's get on board. And he didn't do it. And so now every year RIDE, and we've talked about RIDE already tonight, but RIDE adds more and more hoops to what districts have to jump through in order to get these pathways approved. And what happens is these other districts who have better sporting arenas and so on grab our students. They claim they're going to do a pathway, and then they drop their pathway, but they stay at the school to play the sports. And meanwhile, Warwick has to pay to send our public school students to another public school when we offer the same classes, but RIDE has said we have to do more things to create a pathway. Now, what these new schools are going to do, because we've heard about the new schools tonight and it's shown up in the bond budget and so on. What these new schools are going to do is to bring more students into our district, retain our Warwick students and bring more in, because they're going to be brand new, attractive. They're going to have the state-of-the-art fields and more room for pathways and so on. And if you look at the experience East Providence is having, you'll see that'll be duplicated here. Also, if you look around Warwick, there are many, many homes being built, single-family homes. And I know just on my parents' street, or my mother's street now, the number of homes that older people moved out of and younger people with families are now moving in. So these numbers that we hear are just projections, they're conjecture. They don't actually reflect what we're going to see. And if we don't put our money into the schools, if we don't cover all our unfunded mandates, if we don't provide the curricula and everything else that our kids need, then we're not doing what's right for the children of this city. And I know in the past, there has always been, oh, the school's this, the school's that, but this is a different superintendent. This is not the same superintendent of the past. And this administration, I think, has done its outreach, as Mr. Sinapi mentioned, to meet with and talk to the committee, the council, to let everybody know what the schools need. And as Mr. Bowl pointed out in his presentation, this budget reflects the elimination of 20 WISE positions and 15 WTU positions. And of those 15 positions, 5 are layoffs, so that those are 5 people who don't have a job in the fall. There are 5 people who have lost their job. So there was talk earlier this night about budget cutting and efficiencies and whatever. Well, those are 5 positions that are gone and not coming back, and those people are out of a job. So I want you to keep that in mind when you're deliberating. And I did reach out to all of you today very briefly to say, please consider supporting the school department's proposed budget. They have crossed their T's and dotted their I's, and this is a budget that reflects what we need in order to educate our children of Warwick. And as someone who's been doing it in this system for a very long time, I can tell you what they need, and they need this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dave Testa. I am a 32-year resident of Warwick, a member of the Warwick School Committee. I have to say, as a taxpayer, I have to thank Mayor Picozzi, because I had kids in Warwick Public Schools from 2002 to 2020. And in the 4 years of his administration and with the support of this council, more money has been allocated to the schools in those 4 years than those previous 18. And that's appreciated from me as a parent and as a school committee member and as a taxpayer, because I know the value of schools. With respect, Councilman Ricks, you mentioned capital improvements, and Mr. Bowl mentioned a capital improvement project. I think the district and the city needs to really look hard at creating a capital reserve fund. Town of Lincoln did this last year, using some of their housing aid, because if you, we ran up against this year with the $56 million bond. The plan was to put HVAC or systems in every single elementary school, but we're not able to do that. So you do the priority ones, but now to do the other ones, you bond again. So you know what you pay for in a bond at the end of the term. So if there's a capital reserve fund that's funded in part by some of the housing aid that comes back, because school projects are the only projects reimbursed, you're able to do some of those projects and pay for them and not have to worry about the P&I in the out years. And the final thing is population numbers. Yes, our school population isn't what it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago. I think going back to the 70s is a little too much, because Warwick was an exploding city in the 70s. There were a lot of kids in the school back then. But you know, it's one thing if your city population declined commensurately with your school population, then you say, okay, there's a problem. But when my kids turned 18 and I didn't leave the city, I'm still here. So my house doesn't have kids in it anymore. Well, it still does because they haven't left, but that's the point. And Warwick is inhabited with predominantly single-family homes, and that's what's being built. So once the 40 or so houses at Wicks are built, the 20 plus at Randall Holden, plus the other building, there is going to be an influx of population in this city. And retirees don't buy 3-bedroom capes. They just don't. So I think you will see a uptick of children in the district. And I think you just look to East Providence. They built a brand new high school, and the high school population increased. Okay, it wasn't achievement driving these kids. Okay, well, East Providence isn't one of the highest performing districts, but it's facilities, and that is a definite factor in decisions that parents make. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Bacchus. I've lived in the city for approximately 25 to 27 years, I think, at this point. And I would like to start out by talking about the mayor's statement on page 1 of his budget, where he says the whole effort and financial strategy to build 2 new high schools cannot work if the superintendent and school committee refuse to modify costs over the long term to reflect declining enrollment. As current mayor and former member and chair of the Warwick School Committee, I found his statement somewhat disingenuous. It's apples to oranges. Building 2 new high schools is an investment in our city. It's an investment in our children, both now and in the future. It will pay great dividends and will repopulate our city, increase our student enrollment, improve our standard of living, generate increased taxes, businesses, and so much more. Just like David talked about what's happened in East Providence. People will want to move here, and we will likely have waiting lists just like they did. In 2013, we started talking about what to do with our aging schools. At that time, I actually said, if we build it, they will come, and they will. Our current high schools are seriously lacking. Many of you have toured them and spent lots of time in them. They are mid-20th century infrastructure that is failing. It is far more expensive to repair that infrastructure and does not benefit or improve the education of our students in any way, shape, or form. It is money down the drain. Should we expect our students to shoulder the cost because we do too little? Our student population is far more diverse than ever. We have many more children who are special ed, children who need English as a second language, career and tech, college and university credits, where our students in high school opt to take advanced classes and they end up in university or college in their sophomore or junior years. It's a huge weight off our parents and taxpayers' minds when that happens. And it makes college and university far more cost effective. Education, teaching and learning is very different than it was 50 years ago when a lot of us were in school. Gone are the perfectly organized rows of desks where students sat quietly with their teacher in the front, lecturing and dispensing knowledge. The student and teacher today are involved and active in the learning process. It's not only about knowledge, intellectual knowledge, it's about physical agility and all kinds of different opportunities where they engage in study, activity, learning things that we could never imagine learning. The world has changed so much in such a short time. We all know that. We live in a different world now. We live in a world that demands that we step up and provide our youth with the education they deserve and to which they are entitled, just as our forebears did for us. And I say entitled because they are the only people who are entitled as youth to an education. And we owe that to them. It is imperative that we provide all of our students with a strong 21st century education that is focused on teaching and learning with all the tools, technology, and opportunities they need in our fast-paced, quickly changing world. Does the chief executive of our city ever tell other city departments that they need to modify costs and bring down costs if and when they are in line for new equipment or infrastructure? Has this happened to Parks and Rec with swimming pools, police, fire, municipal? When the city negotiates raises with our city employees and bulk when the schools negotiate and come to similar points, we should be sitting down before any of those negotiations happen, and there is policy around that, so that we can discuss what's fair for everyone, so everybody gets a decent raise and continues to have a decent level of living in our great city. In the 1970s, teachers at top step earned a salary of $10,000 annually if they were lucky. 50 years later, in 2024, salaries have increased tenfold. Our teachers and teachers around the state are making anywhere from $90,000 to over $100,000 a year. Costs go up. They rarely come down. In the 70s, minimum wage, I remember when minimum wage was $1.45 an hour. It's higher than that now, but it hasn't kept up with the pace of inflation. But all costs go. In the past few years, we have experienced an 8% increase in inflation. During that time, the city did not raise taxes. This is the first tax increase since 2020. At 1.5%, it is a far cry from the inflation rate during the same time, and certainly is necessary, but it should not be blamed on the schools. All of our departments have needs. The school is the biggest department in the city, and we have the most employees. We're a people business. We're a people business. We can't educate students if we don't have teachers to do that. Education, as I said before, is very hands-on now. It's not someone filling vessels with facts. We have the ability, all of us working together, to make our schools the crown jewel and envy of school districts throughout Rhode Island and New England. I challenge—
You have 1 minute.
Okay, I challenge us all to pick up our yoke, to pick up the yoke together and work to make this so. Derek Bach said, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. Look around you. Watch the television. It's everywhere. I thank you very much for your time and consideration, and I bid you peace.
Good evening, Jeremy Langell, Ward 5. I have she'll be in second grade next year at Warwick Neck, and a kindergartner next year. David's comment reminded me of this story. My 7-year-old asked or said to me, "Can I live at home like for the rest of my life?" And I said, "Keep your options open, please." But that's fine too if she wants to stay. So my ask tonight is very simple, to fund the budget at the level that the superintendent has asked. And for me, it's very simple calculation. The superintendent knows what she's doing. She's the expert. She knows what it takes to run the district. And I want to make sure that when it comes to funding our district, that we're doing it at the level that we need. We own a home here. We're taxpayers too. And I hear this phrase a lot. But I'll tell you the truth, I don't have a problem with the fact that we pay our teachers really well. I want our teachers to do one job, teach. I don't want them going to a second job that night. That's not what that profession is about. When we did the vote on the school bonds, I knew what the implications were. But I know that that's an investment that I have to make. That's my responsibility. Together, we live in a community. And that means that I have to be a part of that and I have to contribute to it. So for me, it's a very simple calculation. The superintendent, someone who I respect, has done a lot of work to put together a good budget. We have outstanding teachers here that I have a tremendous amount of respect for. I know how hard they work. Every single person who's involved with the education of my children is really important to me. And the last thing I'll say this, and we've only lived here 3 years, but of course, I volunteered to be a soccer coach, and this year I got roped into being the treasurer in the PTA. I need to learn how to say no. But the other side of that is, it matters to me that we do the work, right? It's not just up to our teachers to do the work too. I'm a parent. I have a role to play in this, and I have a part to play. So part of that is my responsibility as being a taxpayer and paying what I need to pay, and volunteering and showing up and doing the work. So again, for me, at the end of the day, the superintendent's budget is the budget to pass. I'll say one last thing. For me, budgets are always moral documents, right? A budget is a moral document. It tells me what our priorities are, and it tells me where I'm going to spend our resources and our time. So for me, prioritizing the education of not just my kids, but every child in our public school system is an easy, yes, let's get it done. Thank you.
Jacob Madore, Warwick resident, Warwick teacher, and proud product of the Warwick school system. Over the past 3 years, this city council and this mayor and this city as a whole has found it right to increase the funding of the school department, as mentioned previously by Mr. Testa. Now, I don't think it's purely coincidental that over that same period of time, we have seen a strong correlation with increased test scores, increased morale, and an increased perception of how the residents of Warwick view the schools. With this said, I would like to address the comment made in the Warwick Beacon regarding the schools tightening their belt to help pay and help counteract the cost of the 2 new high schools that the voters voted unanimously up and down this city in our last election. I have 2 observations for this. The first of which is I haven't been around as long as some other people, but I don't recall any mayor or any city council asking a department to help counteract the funds of an investment. Whether if that's the construction ongoing at McDormick Pool, the Parks and Rec isn't asked the following year to go on a diet to help supplement the funds. When we built multiple new police stations in the past few decades, the police department wasn't asked to cut their budget. The same applies with the sawmill building for municipals and police as well. The second observation I have is following this advice, what effects that would have. It would affect the programming, the supports, and the opportunity for our current students. Therefore, one could draw the conclusion, if this council takes that advice, that Warwick's priority is to the police, the fire, the Parks and Rec, and other departments. That this council would prioritize that over our students, over our youth, and over our future. The very notion of asking 3 to 18-year-olds to shoulder the burden of an investment that will revitalize the Warwick runs counter to the course that this council and the mayor have taken over the past 3 years. If this council takes this advice, it will say more about our priorities here in Warwick than anything else could. To have the least among us shoulder the burden for an investment that will pay all of us dividends would say a lot. Lastly, I would like you to remember one thing as you contemplate your votes for Tuesday's meeting. I'm a big proponent that students are not statistics. Therefore, this budget does not purely affect approximately 8,000 students, but 8,000 different individuals, each with their own unique story, their own struggle, their own goals and dreams, their own family situation, and maybe even a job. Each of them have their own unique needs. They are not simply just a name, a number, or a face. 8,000 people, 8,000 futures. That's what you will help determine. Thank you.
Hi, Sean Wiggins. I'm a lifelong member of the city of Warwick. Been here my whole life. I have 3 children. One who's been through the Warwick public school system is, I'm proud to say, is a Dean's List student at URI. Was a Pilgrim High School graduate. I have a sophomore at Pilgrim High School right now, plays sports. I have an 8-year-old at Hoxie, plays sports. I also coach soccer. I coach baseball, coach basketball. I run a little league, care about kids, do everything I can for them. And I will say this, the superintendent did an incredible job getting to where we are right now as far as all of the things we've had to get to where we are right now. I think that we have great leadership in the superintendent. I think we have great leadership with our school committee. I do ask that their recommendation be taken under consideration. The cuts that will impact the improvements at Veterans High School for the sports for these kids. This is 4 schools that are going to be impacted. All 4 schools, if you understand, if they don't do the improvements at Vets High School, all 4 schools are impacted. You know, you do not have Pilgrim, you don't have Tollgate. Vets is already there, women's already at Vets. That $900,000 shortfall is huge. We talked about, I think Mr. Bowles talked about the track. I've been on that track, Mr. Bowles. Yeah, yes, somebody's gonna get hurt. All right, so I totally agree with the assessment that that we need to spend that money to protect our children, to protect our athletes, and obviously, we're doing everything we can within the schools. Our teachers are doing incredible jobs teaching them. There are other elements, and we're looking at the cuts here. We talked about, well, hey, we're not cutting sports, but we're cutting the ability of these kids to play safe sports. Seems kind of productive. So if there can be a consideration to help find that gap, as a citizen, as a father, as a coach, I would absolutely appreciate it. I want to thank you all tonight. I'm sure this has been a very long and tedious night. Thank God I'm the last one, so I'll let you go, but thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that'd like to be heard on the school budget? Okay, next up is the animal shelter. The animal shelter's budget can be found on page 24. Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Ann Corvin.
And I think this is like the fourth year in a row we had you after the schools, so.
Yes, thank you. So there is the personnel section of the budget. The figures are slightly incorrect on that. The director's salary should be 71,102, and then further down, the two assistant animal shelter caretakers cumulative salaries should be 82,597.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt. Could I ask that everyone take the conversations outside, please? It is very difficult to hear the speaker. I'm sorry, Mr. President. I'm sorry, Director. Please continue.
Those were changes in step increases and step increase in longevity.
Okay. Director, I just asked when you go back, if you just give those numbers to the administration on what they should be. Sometimes we get a list for Thursday, we get a list from the administration on different things that we need to clean up. So we just want to make sure those get recorded for you.
Okay. You want me to repeat them?
What's that?
You want me to repeat them?
No, just make sure that they
okay,
get
yeah.
the information so they can add it to their
Okay.
thing that comes before us on Thursday. Any questions from members of the council on the animal shelters budget? Councilman Ricks.
Just want to briefly thank you for running a tight ship, reviewed the budget as we do every year, and it's like when you go to the doctor and the doctor says it's boring, that's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the council on the animal shelter budget? Any questions or comments from members of the public on the animal shelters budget on page 24? Any questions or comments from members of the public? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the police department. And the police department budget starts on page 25. Good evening, Commander.
Good evening, Commander Mike Lima with the Police Department.
Commander, how does your personnel look? Do you have vacant positions? Do you guys have a class out? How's recruiting going?
Yeah, so right now we currently have 6 vacancies. This does not include 3 officers who should be retiring in the next 2 weeks to a month. So by the beginning of the fiscal year, we'll be down 9 officers. We have officers in the academy right now, officers training right now, but those numbers are included in our complement. So the next academy is coming up in July. We're hopeful to get at least a few people in. We had a decent sized list as of today, and that quickly dwindled down to 4 people pending some background. So there's a good chance we could get 2 or 3 more into the next academy, and those people will not be done and trained up almost until this time next year with the academy and field training. So it does take a while from the start to the finish to get officers on the street. So that's where we are with staffing in the uniform rank. We have 39 officers that are actually changing their rank class. That means going from probation to third, third to second, second to first. That's all contractual. And we have 22 officers that are getting contractual longevity increases. On the civilian side, we have 2 vacancies, one in dispatch and a part-time custodian position. We just finished a process for the dispatcher position. So we're hopefully going to have that position filled soon. And also on the civilian side, again, contractually, we have 4 employees with step increases and 5 that will have longevity increases.
Thank you, Commander. I have one question. I was talking to a councilman about this the other day on the night program, 3140. It's like for extra traffic. If there's an area where we need extra enforcement or another look, we get them on that list, that area on the list and stuff like that. How is that? This money that is allocated here, does that come from? Do we pay the full 45,000? Is there a grant attached to that, or is it a federal program, or how's that work?
Nope, that's all funded by the taxpayer. So
That is funded by the taxpayer.
yeah,
Okay.
5,000 for each ward.
Okay. 5,000 for each ward.
Correct.
Okay. So that is something I know. I'm always talking to the traffic division, and we talk about the night program and stuff like that. So I just want to make all the council members aware of that being available. Any questions from members of the council on the police department budget? Councilman Ricks.
Jumping off of that idea, I know, I recall that the night program has been at that same level of $45,000 since at least the 7 going on, well, I suppose we're in the 8th year I'm on the council. I don't expect you to have this information in front of you, but if you'd be able to find out how long it's been at that level of 45,000, I'm just thinking about the inflation since that must have been initially implemented many years ago. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. My question, you're saying we have a class started that you had a list for and you're down to 4?
Yeah, so we recruit, 365, 24/7. We're constantly recruiting. The written test and the physical agility test is all centralized now in the state. So they all all their potential candidates go to one or multiple different testing sites or physical agility tests. And then if they pass, it's good for a year. So we get those lists. We actually go to those events and we recruit directly from there, which is a good tool for us. And then we have to bring them in to do the oral board and the interview, and then we come up with a list. So the last round that we just had, I believe we were around 10 or 12 that actually made it all the way to the oral board portion. A few of those candidates got washed out in the oral board. We had 8 what we thought were pretty good candidates. 2 failed the entrance physical agility test at the academy today. One of those candidates was highly recommended, just had a bad day, I guess. And then there was 2 other candidates that at the last second, one works for a solar company and they offered him a lot of money to stay, which he took. And the other one just kind of ghosted us and just dropped out, never got back to us. So we're down to 4. As long as those 4 can pass the rest of their backgrounds, they would be going to the next academy.
Thank you.
Any questions from members of the council on the police department budget? Any questions from members of the public on the police department's budget? Starting on page 25. Any questions from members of the public on the police department budget? Okay, next up is organized crime and drug enforcement budget. Any questions or comments from members of the council on the organized crime and drug enforcement budget? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the organized crime drug enforcement budget? Any questions from members of the public? Next is alcohol and highway enforcement. Any questions from members of the public on this budget, the alcohol, highway, and enforcement budget? Any questions from members of the public on the alcohol and highway enforcement budget? All right, thank you very much. Police grants. Any questions or comments from members of the council on police grants? Any questions or comments from members of the public on police grants? Any questions or comments on police grants? Okay, thank you very much, Commander. The next department is the fire department. The fire department budget starts on page 28.
Good evening, Chief Peter McMichael.
Good evening, Chief. How is your staffing levels? How are we in the recruitment class? I believe we just graduated a class. And how are you looking for your numbers?
So right now we're at 210 uniform personnel. We have a recruit class in training right now that is expected to complete their training and be sworn in for July 8th. Those 12 members of that training academy. They recently just graduated from the municipal academy, and now they'll do 7 more weeks of training with us here in Warwick in-house. And that'll bring us to our fully staffed level. Right now, we have no new positions that are being created for fiscal year 25. We have 52 sworn and 1 civilian that will receive a contractually obligated step increase. We are still in the midst of our SAFER grant, which brings our minimum manning from 46 to 51 because of the grant per shift. That is not contractually obligated. That is simply an obligation of the grant. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, that was, I think that's the big part of your budget. The big difference this year in the budget is that SAFER grant for the federal money that came in here. There was an extra platoon put in there, an extra rescue that's out using that?
That allowed us for a 5th rescue, to staff a 5th rescue, and staff a 3rd person on each of our 3 ladder trucks. So that brought our minimum staffing from 46 to 51 for each shift. So that for a total of 196 with our fully staffed administrative uniformed personnel also of 12.
And what year are we in on that grant?
We're in the 2nd year. The grant will expire next March.
So we got one more. There'll still be some funding left in the next budget.
Yes.
For that. Then they'll have to make some personnel decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a lot of retirements that individuals that could retire in this year?
So we have 47 members that will be eligible to retire. Realistically, we expect to see somewhere between 5 and 13 would be an estimation for what we will see retired this year.
And it's hard to know exactly because they have the whole year and it's an individual decision.
Exactly. 47 that have reached 20 years, that will be, that number reflects who's eligible to retire, not that they're going to.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Any questions or comments from members of the council on the fire department budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
So, Chief, over the years, I've had the same conversation with numerous police chiefs over the years, And I'm going to kind of reminisce. When I first got on council, the request was give us more firefighters and we'll take care of that overtime. Then it was 6 floaters, I think it was 6 or 8, which put you over the and we'll get control on the overtime. I remember at the time, Councilman Solomon had asked the chief or deputy chief at that time, if you get those extra firefighters, are you going to be able to live with your $800,000 in overtime? And the answer was absolutely. And it didn't happen. Fire department came in, it was somewhere around $1.2 million, somewhere thereabouts, may have been more. Then the complement went up to, I believe it was 220-ish. And overtime continued to grow, as did sick time. Then it went up to 231-ish, and I think now you're at 236 is what you're presenting, correct? 236?
No.
What is it?
So what we're presenting right now is.
You were 232, and according to my documents, you're going to have 236 positions.
So the 224 plus 12 recruits.
Sorry?
224 is what we are budgeted for. For fiscal year 24. I'm sorry, fiscal year 25, what we're looking for.
My personnel supplement says 236. Last year, it said 232. This year, it says 236.
Go ahead.
Oh, taller than you. Assistant Chief, I'm Howard from the Fire Department. Councilman, our minimum man-in fully staffed is 224. That includes 20 safer funded positions. So those positions are obligated by the grant. They don't help us with the overtime costs. They're actually increase in our minimum man-in numbers. The 236 includes the 12 recruits that will start within the fiscal year to complete by the end of the fiscal year. So we have to include their salaries while they're recruits during fiscal year 25 in the personnel supplement because they need to get paid under that pay code. But at no time will the department ever have more than 224 uniform employees at any time that aren't not including the recruits. So as people retire,
So how many are we
come
paying
on.
for? Are we paying for 236 or are we paying for 224?
You're paying for 224 uniform personnel that are minimum man-in, and then 12 recruits that are just in training. They're just being paid as trainees. They're not being paid as sworn uniform firefighters.
So is with this complement, which what you have now, 224, that's probably the highest level that you've had?
Well, it's lower than it has been over the previous years because our complement is actually 204 is our minimum man, and that includes 2 floaters on every shift.
204.
Historically, we've had 5 or 6 floaters per shift. We've made a decision that the lower number of floaters is more beneficial financially to the city, that we don't have to hire more firefighters and pay benefits, pensions, and all the other benefits to go along with it. That it's actually more beneficial to pay a little bit more in overtime and save the personnel costs. The extra 20 are the safer funded positions from the federal grant. That's all reimbursed by the federal government, those 20 employees.
So how do you explain the new norm, particularly over the last few years, 3-4 years, of the overtime in this $4.5 to $5 million in overtime. You've received what you've asked for with the additional staffing. You've received the floaters that the council has approved over the years. You've received the increases, contractual increases, and we're still sitting here with overtime that is now, this year, at 4.6 million. In 2013, when I first got on the council, I think your overtime was like around 800,000 or a million. Now the salaries are higher. You have the staffing that you've requested, and we're still having overtime. How does this happen?
Because the fire contract includes minimum man-in provisions. So I have to have a certain amount of personnel on duty at all times. So we make a decision on how many floaters or extra personnel above and beyond minimum man, and we carry to fill the vacancies for vacations, sick time, people that are injured on the job, all the other reasons why and then vacant positions as people retire. That number, $4.4 million, is just the cost of what overtime is to fulfill that minimum man-in requirement. The reason it was less back in 2013 is because they carried 6 floaters in every shift instead of the 2 we carry now. So before, the thought process was put a whole bunch of extra firefighters on and you can reduce overtime. But in reality, it's much more financially, makes much more financial sense to not pay firefighter salaries, benefits, pension contributions, all those other things, and it's actually it makes more financial sense to hire the overtime.
So is the sick time, used sick time, of $840,000, is that playing a role in this overtime? That's the first question. Second question is, I don't understand how you have so much sick time.
Sick time is contract is part of the collective bargaining agreement. The amount of sick time that the firefighters get is negotiated in the collective bargaining agreement. With the administration, has nothing to do with that.
And go back to my first question. Does the sick time have an impact on the overtime?
Sick time use does have an impact on the overtime, but it's something that I think is pretty well controlled. We project 804,000 this year. It was 817,000 last year. And then you'll see as the years go backwards, 773, 561, 559, 630. But back in 2019 through 2021, we were 30 plus firefighters short. So you got to remember that's 30 or 40 less firefighters that are using sick time. So I think those numbers run pretty consistently through the years.
Well, it just seems to me that the new norm in overtime is in that 4.5 million range, no matter how many staff firefighters that you have. In your budget, is there anyone in your budget that is receiving a raise beyond the contractual requirements?
For fiscal year, we're talking fiscal year 25.
For this
right?
fiscal year?
For this current fiscal year?
No, the one that you're coming to us for
Yeah,
right
fiscal
now.
year 25, it's just 52 firefighters that are receiving their contractual longevity steps or their step increases as they move from grade 3 to grade 2 to grade 1 firefighters. And I believe I have one dispatcher that is receiving a step increase for years on the years. Contractually obligated, they're union also.
And there are no other increases in salary beyond step increases or longevity increases contractually required? None?
Not for fiscal year 25.
Is there any new positions created?
All right, so there were two two-step increases that happened this current fiscal year that were non-contractual. That was the chief's administrative assistant. She completed her years on the job to move her to the top step, and there was a recommendation from the administration to move her to the top step of her position.
So I think this is like the second or third time, maybe even more, that I heard it tonight, or at least I picked up on it, that this step increase. So you heard me talk about it earlier. I'm just going to point it out again. I am not aware of a step increase that is a requirement or even a part of a unclassified position. And this is the second or third time tonight that we're being told, at the direction or at the authority of whomever, this individual who does not contractually qualify for any raises or step increases, let me rephrase it, step increase or longevity, is getting it, which is subjective. In my opinion, it's subjective because it's a department head or someone in authority taking or saying for one particular person, you're going to get this, when the rest of the employees who don't get those contractual increases don't get them. This is, at least it's the first time that I've become aware of this. And it's just pretty interesting how this goes along. And then I'm told there's no policy controlling it. But apparently that's the new norm as well. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of questions. First, I'll shift down the page a little to line item 35-224, electricity. Just kind of an odd pattern that I've noticed. In fiscal year 22, it was 117,000. Fiscal year 23, it was down to a third of that at 41,000. Then in this current fiscal year 24, projected to be back up at 115,000, close to the 2022 numbers. And then for the current proposed budget for 2025, it's down to 40,000, close to those 2023 fiscal year budget numbers. So I'm wondering why it bounces like that.
I'll get more answer from the finance committee, but this has a lot to do with the solar credits.
Oh, okay.
So how those solar credits are being applied throughout the city, the finance department is right now working with each of the departments to apply those credits. And that's the best number that we could forecast for a budget as to what our electricity costs would be with the solar credits applied, if that makes sense.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was almost thinking that there were just typos, like a zero was missing somewhere or something. I don't know. But let's see. Yeah, turning back to salaries and overtime. So yeah, I see the overtime numbers in the packet like everyone else. And yeah, those overtime numbers for 2020 fiscal years 23 and fiscal year 24, pretty steady there. Fiscal year 25 projection is pretty close to those numbers. So in 23 and 24, it was a bit over 4.6 million. 25, the request is a bit over 4.4 million. So about $150,000, $200,000, $250,000 difference, more or less, when comparing this request to the last couple of years. Yeah, when I then take a look at the salaries, do a little addition to combine the Fire 1 and Fire 2 salaries, what I'm seeing is that the fiscal year 24 projection for salaries came in at a total of $17,000,000 $71,710. Kind of an interesting number there, but anyways, a little over $17 million projected for the current fiscal year. And the request for the upcoming fiscal year is a total of $19,583,731, which is nearly a 15% increase. And that seems significant, even given the contractual increase, various longevity increases and the like. 15% one year to the next, especially when that overtime is still pretty close to what's projected for the current fiscal year. It seems high that the overtime would be what it is while the salaries have that nearly 15% increase.
So the increase that you're seeing in the budget request from 2024 to 2025 are the 3.875% increase that all uniform fire get. That's part of their last year of the contract. In addition to the increase in the steps that we had talked about earlier. When you're looking at the projection, you got to remember that number for salaries should also include the sick time and IOD time, because if, as was mentioned earlier, those line items are zero budgeted. And when you actually bring out the projections, you'll see them on 35,117 and 35,124. The 839,000 and 237,000. Those numbers are deducted from that salary projection, so they need to be added into that total projection for 2024 for salaries. It's just categorized differently when they use sick time or that on OJI. They're categorized separately, but it actually comes out of their pay.
Thank you. Even with factoring in that approximately $1 to $1.1 million, that still ends up being an increase of about $1.5 million in the salary line items, which, let's see, yeah, doing some quick mental math here, I think it works out to about more or less a 9% increase. I can certainly understand with the nearly 4% increase that's contractual, but then there's another approximately 5% increase. And so I suppose what my question is that given that difference, and I also see that there is a difference between the fiscal year 24 budget for the salaries, which came in at close to total of 18.7 million, and then the actual amount spent on the fiscal year 24 projected, the current fiscal year. Those line items actually came in not at that 18.7 more or less, but at more like 17.1 plus the 1.1. So it ended up being about $500,000 more in the fiscal year 24 budget for salary, sick time, injured on duty. What I'm thinking is possible that could account for that more or less $500,000 between those different line items, and the initial request is the unknown factor of retirees.
You're absolutely correct. So what this doesn't, so when we project our personnel numbers, it's basically a snapshot in time to the beginning of March, where our numbers are at that time, and what our full staffing is. So that number that's budgeted for fiscal year 25 is if we're at full staffing with the projected salaries. As people retire, their salaries obviously no longer exist, and so the 500,000 you're seeing in the savings in the salary line is from the 12 people who have retired over the fiscal year. So that savings is gained from their salaries no longer being paid. But at the same time, that also increases our overtime. So although we don't project the overtime for people retiring, when we save $500,000, but I also have to pay someone to work in that position at time and a half at their salary. So that explains the overage on the overtime, is those vacancies, those unexpected vacancies.
Yeah, and at the same time, at least, it seems that difference in overtime in that particular situation ended up being quite a bit less than the difference in the projections for the salary, sick, and injured on duty, as compared to what the projections actually were, which indicates to me that the overtime was actually pretty well estimated, just to factor in some of those different uncertainties. So I think that I have a better understanding of the calculations, and yeah, this is something where I think that based on that, it appears that if there are some retirees, and if the overtime is already effectively accounting for the anticipation that there are necessarily going to be some retirees, then the overtime is pretty well estimated as to what simply the reality is that's going to unfold, while there might be a bit extra in those salary line items, because those are simply calculated based on a what if of nobody retires effectively.
Correct. The best way to look at it is if you look at all the personnel lines as a whole, that's what the gauge I use to determine whether the budgeting was accurate. And this year we're projected to be a little under 1% under the budget for the total personnel services. So as overtimes increase over the budget, salaries decrease under the budget projections. But as a whole, we're expected to be about $175,000 under budget for our personnel services this year.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments from any council people who haven't had a chance to speak yet? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chief, I'm just looking at the personnel supplement again, comparing this year to last year. I had asked you if there were any raises, and you had said there were, I think, 5 here and a couple there, et cetera. So I'm not sure if there's an error in the document for the new year, but last year, the chief's salary was $129,885. This year, it's $143,368. So is that $143,668 an accurate number? That's a $14,000 raise?
Correct. In fiscal year 24, I apologize, the chief also received a step increase for his years of service.
The chief is unclassified as well, right?
Correct.
And the 2 assistant chiefs, they also appear to have an increase. And what was that attributed to? Is that another unclassified step increase?
I don't believe the increase of the assistant chief, since we're both at top step, should probably just be the 3.875% increase for the
Should be
salary.
what, please?
The assistant chiefs, the number should only be the 3.875% increase that the uniformed firefighters get.
All right, I had a 4%, but close enough. Okay, so in addition to the firefighters you mentioned earlier, the chief also has gotten a $14,000 raise, which
Correct,
is
but
a step increase, you're saying?
Yeah, but that occurred earlier this fiscal year, but it'll carry into next fiscal year. That's why the numbers changed.
It occurred earlier this year?
Correct.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Any questions from members of the public on the fire department budget? Starts on page 28. Any questions from members of the public on the fire department? Okay, thank you. Next up is the EMA budget. Chief, I know you wear multiple hats, and one of your hats is EMA director. Are there any questions on the EMA budget, starting on page 30 from members of the council?
Hold up.
There are no changes, Council President, to this budget from last year.
Okay.
I'm all set, thank you.
Okay. Any questions from members of the public on the EMA budget, which is the Warwick Emergency Management budget? There are no changes from last year. Any questions from members of the public? Okay, thank you. Fire grants is the next item. Fire grants is also on page 30 of the budget. Any questions or comments from members of the council on fire grants? Any questions or comments from members of the public on fire grants, page 30? Any questions from members of the public? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Mr. President?
Uh,
Mr. President, I'd just like to address one last time step increases. Every classified and unclassified personnel in the city has a job description with the salaries, with the table that includes step increases. It's not arbitrary. It's merit-based or how long they've been in grade. Directors, and it's not whoever approves it, it's the mayor, again, the mayor. The directors will come to me and they'll make the case for it. I judge on a case by case basis. Sometimes it's warranted, sometimes it's not. And it's not the new norm. It's been done for a long, long time. That's the process in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Next up is building inspection. Building inspection budget, and that can be found on page 31.
We'll tell them. Good evening, Hal Decourt, Director of Code Enforcement.
Good evening. Same questions, personnel, any merit increases, any open positions?
Thank you. So the building department has 16 full-time employees, excuse me, and 2 temporary services that fill in electrical inspector and plumbing mechanical inspector. And there is 6 step increases, union employees. And the rest of the budget has minor increases and decreases as needed, but pretty much status quo.
Okay. Any questions or comments on the building inspector's budget from members of the council? Any questions or comments from members of the council? Any questions or comments from members of the public on the building inspector's budget, which is found on page 31? Any questions or comments from members of the public? Okay, thank you, Director.
Thank you.
The next budget is the Parks and Recreation budget. That can be found on page 33. Good evening, Director.
Hi, Beverly Wiley, Director of Parks and Recreation.
Thank you. Director, do you have any open positions, and do you have any raises within your department?
I have 2 employees with step increases, the chief lifeguard and one of the counter aides at the pool. And also an increase to the harbor master as part-time. And I requested, after him being there for 31 years, that he receive an increase, and he gets an increase of $2,500.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from members of the council on the Parks and Recreation budget, which starts on page 33? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hello, Director.
Hi.
I didn't catch the longevity thing you just said. You said someone got a $2,500 raise. He'd been with the city how long?
31 years.
31 years.
That was the harbor master.
Okay, got it. Okay. And the food truck concession, that comes under your department?
Yes.
And which line item does that fall under?
Revenue.
That's under the revenue item.
Yeah,
Got
they
it.
they give 10% of their sales at any event.
Okay. All right, I'll follow up again. The revenue side was gone, and I don't want to get the council president upset, so I won't ask about that now. But I did submit a request a couple of weeks ago. I could be wrong, but I don't remember getting a response. So I'll circle back with that because I am getting, let's just say, a fair amount of calls from people about that. So
Things will be changing in
I'll
that.
circle
Things are
back.
going to be changing in that, so you'll have that
Yeah,
information.
they need to change drastically.
Yeah.
All right, I'll follow up again with another email. Thank you.
Thought it'd been pretty good tonight. Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you. Hi, Director.
Hi.
Under Parks and Recs over here, seasonal, is that for the collecting of the beach fees?
I'm sorry, say it again, please.
Where it says seasonal,
Yeah.
is that for the people that are collecting?
Seasonal is the lifeguards that work at the beaches in the summer, and actually all of the lifeguards, because we have 2 full-time lifeguards, a chief lifeguard and a full-time lifeguard. The rest of the lifeguards are part-time, so they're under the seasonal budget, and it would also include the lifeguards at the summer beaches, and it would also include the beach fee collectors.
The beach collectors?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. When will that take place? When are they going to start charging?
The third week, by ordinance, the third week of June. It's June 14th. We've started this. The passes are on sale. Went on sale last week.
Okay, I thought it started in May. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any council members or any additional questions on the Parks and Recreation budget? Any members of the public would like to speak on the Parks and Recreation budget? Any members of the public would like to speak on the Parks and Recreation budget? Okay, thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Next up is the library. The library's budget can be found on page 34, and library is a little different. They have their own board, a board of directors, which are appointed by the mayor and the city council. So, good evening, Director.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Aaron Kutu. To speak to the question about vacancies, we currently have 1 vacancy. We received 70 applicants. The testing has already occurred, and we hope to start doing interviews in a few weeks. As for step raises or increases, we'll be seeing all 6 of our shelvers would get raises due to the minimum wage increase that's scheduled. We have 2 newer part-time employees in our circulation department that would see the increases as they're hitting the 1-year mark for after their sort of test term ends. We have 1 full-time circ person who also would have a step increase tied to the contract. And then we have 3 librarians, 2 part-time and 1 full-time that would see step increases that are tied to the 6-step schedule that is in place for librarians at the library.
Thank you. How many positions, how many applicants for the for that job?
We had 70.
70 for that one job.
The previous posting that we had for the circ positions that I mentioned that are new, we had 92.
Wow, that's great. Must be a good place to work. So
we like to think so.
Any questions on the library? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Hello, Director.
Hello.
So I see that your salary was increased from round numbers 118 to 124.
Sure.
That's about a 5% increase. And the reason for that?
That was tied to the schedule that I mentioned to you, that there was, I moved to the next step. It went through the board for approval before it was directed to the mayor's office for a second level of approval.
when you say you made it to the next step, what is the next step?
For the librarians, there's 6 steps that can potentially occur over 6 years. If someone is hired, say at step 2 or 3, it then cuts down the numbers. So those happen on the anniversary of the librarian being hired.
These 6 steps you're talking about, that's for classified employees, right?
I would not fall into that category, but all librarians, including myself. would
But those
fall
are the ones you're referring to, those 6 steps, the 6
Yes,
steps for
yes,
classified
yes.
employees, of which you are not a classified
That
employee.
is correct, but the
Okay.
step formula does still apply to the director per the trustees.
Sure, okay. Got it. Thank you.
Councilman Rex.
First, thank you for the work that you do. Very important with the library, a service that so many of our Warwick residents use. And I know that I've just been hearing wonderful things about the library whenever it comes up in conversation. Been there myself. Let's see. First, I wanted to check in on the branches, the ADA improvements. Are those coming along on schedule, or?
They are. Norwood's the one that we're progressing with first, so it's been deemed sort of the simpler of the 2 projects. Right now, all of the plans have been sort of finalized. We're just waiting on the site overview to just make sure there aren't any issues that might be tied to archaeological issues or other situations. Both of the buildings are located in our historic buildings, so we just need to check the boxes. So we're waiting that to be completed through the planning department.
Absolutely. Very important to do the due diligence there. And it's wonderful to see a neighborhood resource like the Norwood Public Library getting this necessary ADA compliance after all of these years. Let's see. Yeah, one other thought. I wanted to take a moment to gather my thoughts on this because I know that there has been some discussion of step increases. So, and not just this year, but previous years. And the library is a bit of a unique situation. So the City Council, one of its few appointments is to the Library Board of Trustees, and they've decided to set up this particular system where certain library employees who are not classified also receive these step increases. Ultimately, for this particular category, I would say that the City Council would have the ultimate budgeting authority in this specific situation. Although other step increases, I would certainly concur with the administration that the administration has the ultimate authority on various step increases and the like in really all of the other positions, aside from, of course, those that are, those that are unclassified, which simply adheres to the union contract. However, I think that the City Council, while it certainly has authority on the matter, this is something where we have delegated certain authority to the Library Board of Trustees, and I would tend to defer to our appointments on the Library Board of Trustees as to the method that they have developed and that they've been utilizing, so long as we deem that that method is reasonable. And it does, in this situation, seem reasonable to me. I think that if there are concerns about the method that the City Council's appointees on the library board are using, that's something where it should be, it would certainly be appropriate to have a conversation with our appointees. That's all. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the library budget from members of the council? Any questions or comments from members of the public on the library budget? Page 34. Any questions or comments? Okay. Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you for your time.
Next up is the Human Services budget, which is found on page 35.
Good evening, Meg Underwood, Director of Senior Services. Starting with Human Services, there have been no raises and there are no open positions.
Thank you, Director. We got to remember for next year, maybe this is a couple years in a row. You've been very at the end here, so we appreciate you sticking with us, and you knew what questions I was going to ask right off the bat. So I will open it up to the rest of the council. Any questions or comments on the Human Services budget? Any questions or comments on Human Services? Any questions or comments from members of the public on the Human Services budgets, page 35? Any questions or comments from members of the public? Okay, don't go anywhere, Meg. Senior centers.
So Senior Services, there have been no increases of any kind for 25, and there is one vacancy. We are currently interviewing for that position.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments from members of the council on Senior Centers budget, page 37? Any questions or comments from members of the council? Any questions or comments from members of the public on the Senior Centers budget? Any questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Senior Transportation, also on page 37.
Again, no increases for the year 25. We have one part-time vacancy we're hoping to fill soon, and there's been another part-time position in the budget if you approve.
Okay. The open positions, do they require any special license?
They all
CDL?
require a CDL with a passenger endorsement, yes.
And I know it's very difficult to find people
Very
with CDL licenses to hire them. Any questions from members of the council on the Senior Transportation budget? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the Senior Transportation budget, page 37? Any questions from members of the public? All right, thank you very much, Director.
Thank you very much.
Next up is the capital budget. Good evening again, Mr. Schaefer.
Yes, I mean, the focus really that I want to put on this is on distributing the remaining ARPA funds. And let me just get to the right page here.
You want to do capital and ARPA together? Is that okay? That's what I was.
Especially pages 1, 2, and 3. We're estimating that we have approximately $2.5 million left of ARPA funds that we have to commit by December 31st of 2024. But you have a capital budget here that is $5,460,000. We've also got some dedicated grants, especially for the library and some other places. Our plan is to execute this plan. If the council acts, $5,460,000, of which $2,569,000 will be the rest of the ARPA availability. Now, it could be that we'll have more availability. I know that the bids on City Plaza came in lower than we expected first time, but there may be some contingencies that we aren't familiar with that we need to address. There are some other things that are in the works that haven't quite happened, including some of the ward projects. So the plan is to use $2,569,000 from ARPA and use a lease purchase transaction of $1,880,000 for the rest of the acquisitions that are required that don't have special grants. It may be, we'll know by January or next January or February where we stand on that. It may be that we will have secured more flexibility in ARPA from our current spending plan to use ARPA to pay for all these acquisitions, but we're prepared to do a lease purchase transaction for the rest of them. We've got some critical police, fire, and public works equipment. We want to execute the whole thing. We're going to have at least $2.5 million left of ARPA for that, but there is a plan here. If we don't have enough of anything over the $2.5 million, we'll use lease purchase to make up the difference. So that's the strategy. The commitment has to be made by December 31st, 2024. The money doesn't have to go out the door for 2 years. I mean, we've got a ladder truck that we ordered a while back that's 2.5 years before delivery. We'll make that. But there are a few things, and I've been communicating with the chairman of the Finance Committee as priorities have changed and new things have come up. But the real plan is let's make sure we use up all our ARPA funds. Maybe it'll be a little bit more than this, and we can reduce lease purchase, which when we did 3 years ago, we paid 0.98% on the financing. Wouldn't be 0.98% any longer. It would be over 4%. So we want to try to use the ARPA funds and use them all up. We don't want to turn anything back. But right now, we think there'll be a shortfall, and we're planning to do lease purchase for the remaining balance.
Thank you, Director. And I believe, the administration has done a very good job with these ARPA funds. We put them into, one-time expenses, big-time expenses, like you mentioned. We're purchasing new fire trucks 2 years out. I mean, it's how it takes how long to build them and get them delivered and stuff like that. Reminder to all my colleagues on the neighborhood ARPA funds that, as the director said, end of this year, they need to be kind of earmarked for a project. So continue to get those in. Are there any questions from members of the council on the capital budget and ARPA? We kind of put them together here. We started with them together. So Councilman Lattiser.
Hello, Director. So I'm curious on a couple of things here. In the city clerk department, office carpeting for $50,000. How many yards of carpeting are we talking about? I don't know if you've been in there, but it's awful. And we came up with, the mayor's office and the clerk's office came up with an estimate on the method to do it. And I think there's a lot of desks that have to be moved around. We don't know the answer to that.
This is just the office of the city clerk, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilman, it's not just the clerk's office, it's the exterior of the office
right,
too.
exactly.
Yeah.
So where we go to pick up our
It's very
books.
difficult for us to get a price because we can't just call and have someone come in. So we just had to guesstimate 50,000. The desks there were metal desks. They were attached to the floor. Then they built wood over them. They can't even be removed. So we're looking at carpeting tiles. We want to do as much of it as we can. You've been in there. It's probably been there since Charlie Donovan was mayor, and it's horrible. So we just, a guesstimate was $50,000. We're hoping for less, but you never know in this economy.
I would guess it's going to be a lot less. But, okay, so I can take a look at that, maybe help you out a little bit on that. Paving, I don't see anything in the paving budget.
Well, if you look in the 2024 column, there's $2.3 million that's pending on page 3 up at the top.
Yeah, I see it.
We believe a lot of that will still be available beginning of this year. And the Public Works Department says we can spend as much money as you give us on paving, and that we just don't think it's going to get spent all in fiscal year 24. So that will be available to them in 25. So whatever is left in after the next 6 weeks of
Yes.
paving will be moved into fiscal year 2025.
Remember, we're talking about a program that's 42 months long. So that's the plan. Of the 2.3 million, and they've had some other resources they've been using, National Grid, around energy credits and some other things. The plan is to spend another 2.3 million from ARPA resources. And a good chunk of that we think will fall into fiscal year 25.
So that means the paving budget is going to be quite a bit less than this current year. I think this current year was, what do we have in there, 4 million, until we took out a whole bunch of money to fix some compressors and other stuff like that in the ice rinks, right?
That's true, but there's still 2.3 million.
Yeah.
They've had a lot of resources around energy credits, and we also have the governor's initiative, which they have some resources from. I wish they were here to talk about that, but there will be paving going on. There's 3 pots of money really, and this is one of them.
Okay. You have under the Mickey Stevens complex in 26, you have 5 million, and in 2027 you have 7 million. Is the 7 million, and I think I'm accurate when I say there's still a $7 million bond sitting there for Mickey Stevens. Is this part of that 7 million in the 5, or is that something different?
Conceptually, yes, but the mayor has not pulled the trigger on that. That will be a separate initiative, but we're compelled to, we know we need to do something there. And
But the 7 million is still sitting there. It hasn't
yes,
been used,
there's
right?
been no
It's still
action.
sitting there.
There's been no action by the council to release that, which would need a council resolution to do so.
Correct.
Council, we don't plan on touching that. We've recently applied for a Senate earmark grant for Mickey Stevens. The money we're talking about are for the plans to build it.
Okay.
Okay, but the 7 million, that's not even part of the conversation right now. That would be the conversation that happened here by the council.
Okay. So, as you said, it's earmarked. Okay, got it. On the this is on the sewer department capital improvement. What is a gravity thickener number 1, 2 in order control rehab for 3.7 million? What is that?
I think that's out of the sewer department. I thought we were going to
Okay, I can wait
cover
till
that
we
when we get to the sewer
department.
department. Yeah.
Okay, I can wait till you get to the sewer department. That's fine. That's all I had on the capital.
Any other questions on capital budget from members of the council? Any other questions from members of the public on capital budget? Any questions from members of the public on the capital budget? And I know we touched on it, but any questions on the ARPA budget? Any questions on the ARPA budget from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the ARPA budget? Any questions on the ARPA budget? All right, thank you. Next up is the sewer department.
Good evening, Betty Ann Rogers, Executive Director, Warwick Sewer Authority.
Good evening, Director. And same thing, kind of like the library, that you have a board as well that you work around your budget with, and personnel and stuff like that.
Sure. We have presently have 4 vacancies. I'm hoping that prior to the beginning of FY25, we'll have 3 of those positions filled, and the other remaining position shortly thereafter. We have 3 employees that will be receiving a salary increase based on longevity, and we have 7 employees that will be getting salary increases based on step increases. 4 that are going to step 3 or top step, and an additional 3 that are going to step 2 from bottom step.
Any questions or comments from members of the council on the sewer authority? Councilman Lattiser.
Hi, Director.
Hello.
So I'll repeat the question. What is a gravity thickener number 1, 2 in order control? Just when I thought I had a kind of good grasp on the sewer authority, you throw me a curveball.
Sure, absolutely. Gravity thickener 1 and 2 and odor control are located at the wastewater treatment facility. So not part of the collection system. It's right at the facility itself. The gravity thickeners and the odor control improvements are part of our solids handling component of the treatment process. So the gravity thickeners, basically gravity, solids settle out. We're basically concentrating the solids for removal to be sent to incineration under our solids handling, our sludge line item in our budget. And the odor control, I'm stating the obvious, there's some odor there at the treatment facility for obvious reasons, but it
Right.
needs an upgrade, tremendous upgrade, because it hasn't been functioning properly for a while. And we've been supplementing with chemical to control odors, whereas this unit will be more of a carbon-based aeration type of system that will eliminate the odors.
Okay, the step increases, longevity increases that you just mentioned, are those contractual?
Yes,
So they're all classified employees?
these are union employees.
Okay. And it's quite obvious from this capital budget, while I will say that I think the administration has done a very good job in a lot of capital improvements and providing equipment, et cetera, we still have a lot of money that we need to come up with to continue with what's left.
Yes, we do. I mean, we have infrastructure that's aging that needs to, like the gravity thickener and odor control. It's aging infrastructure that needs to be replaced or upgraded.
We still have sewer installations that need to be completed.
Absolutely.
I mean, above and beyond Bayside. Bayside has just been, it's a great project and it's coming close to an end. And thank you and everyone that's been involved with that. But I know I'm not speaking for just myself. There's other members of the city council that still have a need for sewers. As a matter of fact, I still have a need for them in Upper Warwick Neck, which was in the capital budget for several years now. So
it's part of our mission to, extend sewers. For obvious reasons, we have to concentrate at the moment on rehabilitation of some of the major interceptors and force mains that convey wastewater to the treatment facility. What's the
Sure.
sense in sewering other areas if you can't get the wastewater,
Sure.
effectively in, 24/7, round the clock, it
Right.
doesn't stop. So we're addressing those needs on a case-by-case basis, but we're prioritizing.
Well, I'm still up to forming a Upper Warwick Neck Sewer Review Commission, so I'm not out of the picture yet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
Briefly, I'll concur with Councilman Lattiser and throw out there that there are a couple of gaps, even in Ward 2, where we do have perhaps 100 households or so that still lack sewers. So, I understand the importance of extending the sewers and including in that not just the major projects that we hear about in the newspaper, but also not forgetting these different gaps, a couple of which are in Ward 2. And let's see, I imagine that one thing that I've been hearing from different people is that the infrastructure for the sewers has really been taking a hit just from the recent trend of people using and dumping wet wipes down the drains. So public service announcement for all those watching on YouTube. Stop flushing wet wipes, please. You're costing us a lot of money. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the council on the sewer department? Any questions from members of the public on the sewer department budget? Any questions from members of the public on the sewer department budget? Okay, thank you, Director.
Thank you very much.
Next up is the water department.
Good evening, Terry DiPetrello, Chief of the Water Division. You're going to notice in this year's budget, you had a change of 26.1%. That's due to the money that we had to, we got a EPA grant, ARPA grant to repair our transmission line of $4 million. But we're responsible for 20%, so we transferred $800,000 from our reserves to that, and we created a separate line item for that. And also, we created another line item for infrastructure replacement. We took another $2.5 million to replace all the lead services in the city by October 1st. So that's why you're going to notice a difference in the total number. But I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the council on the water department budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Hi, Director.
Hello.
Director, can you tell us about the $3.3 million fund balance drawdown?
Yes. So that's so we created a drawdown from that grant to pay the contractor. Peter, if you want to, you have any? Yep.
If you take a look at the mayor's budget message, he talks mainly about sewer and also water. The rate structure that they have includes a component for renewal and replacement. And we've never budgeted that. So the money has just been sitting there. They've got unrestricted reserves that have built up from the financial statements, $9.8 million in the Water Enterprise Fund. So to give them the authority to use those resources to do the lead pipe replacement and the transmission line at Route 37. Terry was talking to the infrastructure bank about borrowing the money to do this, which they could also do. But we've got $9.8 million in unrestricted reserves in the water fund. That's what's pledged here in the $3.3 million for the lead line replacement and the Route 37 interceptor.
So, Director, what account number is that $9.8 million sitting in?
Yes, and it's generated because
I can't hear you.
the rate structure is supposed to include coming up with reserve to do just this kind of thing. So rather than them going out to borrow the money, the budget here moves money from their reserves into their budget so they can do that.
That's what I'm asking you. What is the line item reserve, however you want to classify it? Where do I go to see that $9.8 million sitting
I'll give you an
there?
answer in 1 minute. Maybe Terry can do the rest of the budget and I'll
Sure.
come back in.
Okay.
Also, and we also have 4 open positions in the water division. We're working with the administration and personnel to fill those, and things are moving forward. After the layoffs, things have been a little tough. We also proposed to the administration replacing second supervisor position, which is called the Water Infrastructure Management Manager, which assists in the DOH daily requirements and EPA daily requirements. Now more than ever, we've gotten more done in the past 5 years than we have in the past 20 years in this division with the supporting administration. So we brought it to the administration. We definitely need middle management to oversee projects. There's more projects going on now than we've ever had going on. So the administration approved that, and it's 67. Hold on a second. It's $76,380, I believe, for the second supervisor position. We've always had two supervisors. We always have redundancy in the water division, two supervisors, two foremen, two back operators, two pipe fitters. And when somebody goes out sick, we always have redundancy. But historically, we've always had those two supervisor position, and the administration is supporting putting that second one back in. So, okay, Peter?
Councilman, if you go to page 165 of the audit, it shows in the regular water revenue fund, $6.7 million of unrestricted reserves, and the other major part of it in the infrastructure replacement fund, $2 million, a few dollars here and there otherwise, but that gets you to 9.8 million. We're pledging 3.3 million of that reserve to these two projects.
Okay, you said page 165 and what?
165.
155.
65.
65, okay.
165.
And where'd you say it was? What document?
The city audit.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from members of the council on the water department? Councilman Ricks.
When the pipes get replaced, obviously there's going to be coordination with the other utilities, including sewer, and then the road gets repaved as well. As I was looking through the budget, I was noticing that the total paving budget between the operating account of DPW and also the ARPA for the, let's see, for this coming fiscal year 25 totaled something like $500,000 more or less. And so I was interested in whether the water department was going to be dedicating some funding toward paving, what that would look like.
So this new, the EPA came out with this new lead rule, Councilman. So we have already repaid some streets. The EPA came out with this new rule. We're gonna have to, say a street got repaved 3-4 years ago. We're gonna have to redo it, but I gave us enough leeway in that 2.5 million for paving. Just anomalies that come up. For our construction, won the bid for 1.5 million. So we have another $1 million, if we have to, go and repave streets. But we work closely with the engineering department, DBW, to coordinate for the paving. We've had many discussions with Eric Earls. We're going to be working, and we're going to coordinate with them for the paving project, going forward. So yes.
Yeah, that's very good to hear. Obviously, a high priority to take care of those different lead pipes.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, keep that infrastructure intact, functioning, safe. But it's also something that it's one of the, I'd say probably one of the top 3, definitely one of the top 5 that I think pretty much everyone on the city council will hear about is paving, right up there with schools, taxes, crime, one of those things we always hear about. So that's also why that coordination is so important, and really glad to hear that that coordination is continuing. Can't take it for granted because under some past administrations, it wasn't quite the way that it should have been. But recently, last several years, it's been wonderful to see that curb-to-curb paving, that coordination, and yeah, the neighbors, everyone notices it every time they drive up and down the streets. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from members of the council on the water department budget? Any questions or comments from members of the public on the water department budget? Any questions or comments on the water department budget? Okay, any questions or comments on PCR 48-24 from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on PCR 48-24? Okay, so Councilman Foley, can you make a motion to close the public hearing?
Moved.
And second by Councilman McElroy and Councilman Howe and Councilman Gephardt. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the public hearing is now closed. And we will see you on Thursday.